Hello and welcome back. So I just was typing up my message into the Astroneer channel, and it was a bit of a write-up, a small little introduction of like what's happening and where we are and what we've been doing. Which, if you haven't caught up or you aren't in that channel, I can basically summarize. We've been playing Astroneer without digging. Like, we don't use the terrain tool at all. But we got really far through the game, so we are now at the point where we have like a large amount of scrap available, and we can sort of trade scrap for whatever we need and use that to make a lot of dynamite. And the dynamite is how we've been like blowing up resources. If we need resources, I haven't been really relying on that too much. But the dynamite is also how I've been digging through planets, because I've been trying to get to the core, so I've just been blowing a hole straight through planets. And as I'm typing all of this out, one of the mods, Boinless, usually they're called, although they're currently named Crabstronaut Clawless, just typed up Sundays, Sundays, Sunday before I finished. And like, knowing that like if you don't post a link in that channel, like your message gets deleted was very silly to me. But nonetheless, they typed it out, like, and I'm pretty much the only one who caught it. It just makes me chuckle. Is that the / Captain Space Toaster? Yes, it is. It is the infamous streamer who you can follow at twitch.tv / Captain Space Toaster. Welcome to the channel, Ixie. How you doing today? We were learning all about wonderful things this morning. Let's just kind of get right into it. Last I remember, we had most everything like ready to go. Whoa, what a magnificent beard. Yeah, I grew it myself, and it's still going. It was talk like a Pirate Day Saturday, but I'll have to make like a point donation. Like, I need to figure out what I want my donation incentives to be. But one of them that I have the ability to do now is actually like become a pirate. That'd be kind of fun. So when we last left off, we had this here big old base, and we have a good amount of dynamite. We have 27 explosive powder, which it's a 1-to-1. So 27 explosive powder means we have 27 dynamite, and then this one is all full, 32 with the 1 on top. So we have a ton of dynamite, and then all of these little canisters are full of 160 like total units of hydrogen, but we can sort of trick the game into stretching our hydrogen out a little more by taking out multiple units of hydrogen at a time very quickly. I'll show that off when we get there. So we have a good amount of hydrogen, which is explosive, by the way, always a good time. We have a completely fresh and ready to go solid fuel thruster with a backup one right here. We have some batteries. Do we have enough batteries? We have 24 batteries on this one. That's all full. And then do we have 6 batteries on this one? It looks like we do. Yeah, we have 6 batteries there. So that's all good. The only things we really need at this point are, I mean, we'll need to bring all of these canisters to and from. These are just going to help us like take back any extra resources we run into. These are large storage silos. They hold 32 of a singular resource, so you can't mix and match the resources inside of them, but they're very good for holding a bulk amount of a lot of resources. It looks like we could use like one more if we could fit it on anywhere. Although, don't we have one over here that I want to bring? Yes, we do. So we'll bring this over. Guess we'll put this silo up here. I don't know where I want to put this silo. Gas over there. This over here, I guess. This is probably fine. So the only thing that I could consider bringing as well is a platform of some kind, because I don't currently have anything I can stick the batteries to. I lied. There's actually a platform on a truck so we can use to get there. No, just mods. Where are the mods? Oh wait, hold on. The mods are doing it. Hold on, wait a minute. Electricron, yo. Don't worry, mods are just being mods. Everything is normal. We also have 4 horns, so that's always a good thing. So we're basically ready to start and try and kind of make our way through Aatrox. So while we're flying to Aatrox, we can talk about the challenge that we have in front of us. Oh gosh, more mods. So Hi, Torby. We have to dig through Aatrox, but we can't use the terrain tool, so our only option is dynamite. So we have to carry an irresponsible amount of explosive material to Aatrox. That in alone is fine as long as we can be trusted, which to be fair, I'm not sure we can, but we only blew up our rocket once last stream. So, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty good track record. So we need to blow our way through Aatrox. The problem is that Aatrox is covered with Attactus, which are these attack die that shoot explosive darts at you. And what was the other one? There's another type of explosive plant. Anyways, Aatrox is full of things that explode naturally. So here I am holding a shuttle with a irresponsible amount of explosive materials, all the while being surrounded by things that would prefer that I don't exist. Is this the right... This does not seem like the right landing location. One, there are a lot of... So these are... You see this right here? This is an Attactus and this is an Attactus. They aren't shooting at me, even though I'm pretty close to them, either because I'm just far enough away, or because I'm in the shuttle, they don't detect me yet. So we're just going to take off. I was thinking that this was the correct landing location, close enough to the gateway. I never brought a beacon with me, but one of the landing locations should have a atmospheric condenser in view, and if it's not that one, then I don't know which one it is, but I thought it was around the equator, so we're going to orbit Aatrox until we can hopefully find where we need to land. What's up, Captain Space Kringle? Hi, Dorby. Lana, oh gosh, every mod is here except Frown, and Frown's busy with the new child, and probably won't exist on the internet for some time. But that's okay. Thanks for hanging out and tuning in. We're basically going to create large enough explosions. So yeah, the other issues are the large gas canisters on the shuttle are explosive. So we can't let the shuttle like take a hit and then have those go away. So that's super unfortunate. And just like we're gonna have to be like always on the fence there. We can always fly back to Silva and pick up like more explosives and then leave with them and come back. Like we can always make a trip to go get more. And then it might be this one. It's probably this one. The only other thing that is a concern is like our own explosions can also detonate the shuttle. Now the good news is that the shuttle itself stays alive. It doesn't like we don't lose the shuttle or anything. It's just that all the gas canisters just like disappear. They just like suddenly are there and then suddenly they are not. So to try and mitigate that, what I can do is try and swap out some of the gas canisters and put them as high up as I can. It's not a perfect system by any means. But here's hoping. So then we'll like take the one that we're going to use and set it down. I'm pretty sure if this one explodes, the other ones will stay good. I don't know. Here's hoping that we just never have to deal with it. Anyways, we first need to power a gateway. So we have this little platform here. This platform is just made to make helium. So we just have a thing full of helium here now. We could like put this on anything. Wait a minute, hold on. I'm making a mess. Please hold 10. We're just gonna drop everything off there. So we're going to just borrow this platform for a little bit, unceremoniously. We're gonna cram 30 small batteries on it with our silos here. This should have enough power to turn on this here gateway. In fact, the RTG will add 4 more units of power that we normally wouldn't have. So we will just hook this up here, and all the batteries will go down, and we'll wait for this, and then we'll be able to start making a mess. First, we're going to pick up our friend, the shuttle. Get ready to... Hold on. I need my keybinds up. Alrighty, so the gateway's all powered, all ready to go. We'll start putting this back. Okay, so Steel Series is open, but like it's not really open, it's like only half open. That's fine. We just need to get my Astroneer keybinds up and running so we can, there we go. Where's dynamite? Where is dynamite? I must have skipped over it. There it is, okay. So we have everything here ready to go. This is a little extra. So like, I guess we can just set this on the front of it and that should shut it off. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alrighty, so that was just a little platform that I set up there to collect helium whenever I need more helium, and now I have more than enough helium to do almost anything. So that's just there. But yeah, now it is go time, so we're gonna... Hold on, it was already set to go. So now we're just going to pick a spot and slowly use that as our starting location. Now, we see a large amount of dagger roots here. Dagger roots are deadly, but they do not like go out of their way to hurt us. They just sort of, if you walk near them, will spike you. So they are going to be the perfect location for our first controlled demolition test. Or do we even get... Like, we could take this. This is a free entrance. We might as well. There's nothing wrong with, like, making a hole, but if we can take a ramp that's going to get us down a little further, might as well. So this looks like a fantastic place to start. So I thought it was going to go all the way down into the caverns, but it doesn't. It looks like it goes down just a little bit, but it sort of creates a little natural ramp or holding location. So we can now demonstrate like what the rest of the stream sort of looks like. So we're going to put this in output mode, so it's going to constantly try and give us hydrogen. But we don't want full units of hydrogen, that'd be a waste. So we're going to double tap it, and we're going to get this little tiny little thing. It wasn't, we pulled it off before it was done filling up, but that's okay. We're just going to make a bunch of those, and then we're going to yeet them down the hole. They're all going to bounce together. And we'll do this for a little bit. The idea is that the more things that explode all together, the bigger the boom is. And, I mean, it doesn't take a physicist's degree or a degree in rocket science to understand that. But the idea is that we don't want to go too large of an explosion, because what we're really only trying to do is, like, blast ourselves into the next cavern layer. And then hopefully we can find another, you know, hole like this to do it again to. But because the terrain is like more difficult, the terrain is like harder. This like tier 2 dirt or tier 3 dirt, like you would normally need a drill mod to get through this terrain. We need a little bit of a juice here, so we're gonna, I don't know, a little more. That's probably fine. We can kind of take a look at how much hydrogen we've used by keeping track of the ring at the top here. So about a third of the, oop, that was a little full. We're gonna put that one back. I guess we're under a quarter. Yeah, so we're gonna use about a quarter of the hydrogen here. And then we're gonna use that as a metric for how big of a boom do we get and how far away do we really need to stand from this thing. And then we do need our dynamite, which we have in our inventory, so we're going to put this back on input mode so it won't fill our shuttle up with hydrogen, otherwise it's very obnoxious. And then we're just going to find a place to get clear. So we're going to maybe just put our shuttle, you know, like over here. Is that, I think that's far enough away. We're going to find out the hard way, I suppose, though. And yeah, this is what happens. So we're going to drop this, detonate it, run away, get in the shuttle. Alright, that seemed pretty good. Shuttle's still intact. I mean, it's mostly intact. We just ripped the engine off of it, but we can put that back. Wow, before we do that, though, we can actually repackage that engine. Because that engine is going to explode the next time it gets used unless we refresh it. So we can do that now. Fire in the hole, indeed. And, Let's go see what happened. Well, there used to be a hole here, but now there is a big hole here. Weird. I'm gonna go kind of drop the shuttle down into here. This doesn't look quite right. Look at what it did. Like, what are these weird channels? Okay, so I think what we're seeing here, I do not know, but I think what we're seeing here is the natural terrain generation of Aatrox makes these little weird cubes, these little weird like steps, and our explosion was so powerful that we basically cleaned up all of the soft dirt and we left all of the remaining hard dirt, more or less, but we did poke through it. Just a little bit, just enough. Just enough to maybe drop our shuttle in, and then we can get in the shuttle and drop down. Wild. Okay, so that was a quarter of our hydrogen, and it made a decent sized explosion. Went down pretty good. If we get out here, I think we'll be fine. We might get spiked by this, but, you know, if we do die, we'll respawn in the shuttle, and there's nothing explosive around here, but we do have to be very careful. Okay, we got spiked once, but that's more or less fun. So you'll notice that there are large amounts of resources around, such as that quartz. If we were to create our explosion on that, we would get a ton of quartz. I don't necessarily need quartz, but maybe as we're mining, we'll see more resources that we would like to collect along the way. So we're going to just walk very slowly down, because if we accidentally see and attack this, it's going to take a pot shot at us, and we don't want it to blow up the shuttle. But as long as we are, you know, as long as we leave the shuttle behind us, I guess we should be pretty safe. So it looks like we made it to Caverns Layer 1 just fine with an explosion. Now we get a free Caverns Layer 2 here. Although we do, again, have to watch out for explosive attackness. So we're just going to drop the shuttle off, get in the shuttle, figure out what's happening. Could it be that you were too far away from the explosion and it wasn't completely rendered when it blew up? I don't think that's what caused the weird geometry. I've noticed that weird geometry before. So, okay, so we have an angry Hisspine just shooting at the shuttle fruitlessly. We are invincible in here. The Hisspine can do all its worst and it won't be able to kill us for now. Once we're outside, though, it's a bit of a different story, but I am just doing my best to try and get a lay of the land here, seeing what's explosive and what's around me. Nothing so far, so it looks like we're so far smooth sailing. I'm sort of expecting to just lose the run very shortly here, but so far it hasn't happened yet, so. Now, this is where the run will just immediately start to slow down unless we can find another little bit of a ramp like that. And I'm really hoping that we can continue finding ramps like that just get us down further into the subterranean landscape. I don't mind digging through it if I must, but it's going to take forever with how difficult the terrain is here. Although, to be fair, I also don't know a lot about the geometry of Aatrox, so like I don't know what Caverns Layer 2 or 3 really looks like. I haven't spent a lot of time here, as most people have not. It's not necessarily the safest place to just sit, especially when your whole purpose is to blow up things. What's this? So yeah, lots of these little pockets. We could try and use one for our own little explosion time. Hey there. Nice weekend. Hey, welcome back to the stream. Is it Laerte? Is it Laerte? I feel like I never pronounced this correct, but maybe there's not a perfect way to say it. Let me know if you want me to say something else. Welcome back. Point. So I guess our best bet is to just pick one of these little, like, shallow crevices. We don't have too much to go on. Splat. So yeah, we don't really have a whole lot to do here, so we'll just put about a quarter worth of hydrogen, well, I mean, just kind of in this general location. We're gonna move this just over a little bit, just to try and make it a little easier. So we're gonna bring it down until the green circle says it's about half. And then I'm not expecting the explosion to like go very far. Like, I'm not expecting to make much of a dent, despite the explosion being incredibly large. But we'll see what happens. That's perfect. All right, well, we'll take it. We're gonna move the shuttle, I mean, that's a little too close, but a little closer to give us some oxygen while we kernoodle with a questionably large amount of hydrogen, to say the least. So yeah, we have to be so slow and careful on Aatrox because of just how many explosion risks there are everywhere. So we'll not only need to like move the shuttle quite a bit of a distance away, but we'll also need to make sure that we don't run into anything explosive while we are running away and like carefully moving the shuttle around. And then on top of that, we need to then like make a quick sprint back to the area where there is all of our dynamite. And then we're going to need to blow it up and like run back to the shuttle. It's like a giant, like slow moving adventure. Now, the issue is that as I walk away from the hydrogen, the physics will unload for some of them, and then they'll start to like bump into each other in weird ways and start to like spread them out. So we're going to slowly make their... Oh, I forgot to set some of the stream things. I'm sorry. If the title of the stream doesn't make sense, I might be able to change it. But yeah, we are not digging today. We are just blowing up things. Oh, that's empty. This one has some stuff in it. Make ourselves... how far away? Yeah, see how it's like chucking hydrogen around? That's the physics system not having a good time. So we're gonna have to clean up a little bit of that. And we could take the intentional death here and just go with the explosion. That would be kind of fun, but I'm more of a fan of just running away, so. We'll try and condense all of our hydrogen again. It's weird how some of it's like falling in the ground. Wasn't really expecting that. And then, so here we are good to go. So we're gonna hold right click on it so our menu is stuck open. We're gonna try and figure out how to get out of here without doing anything else. Okay, so we've detonated it. So yeah, we were really far away. We could have been much closer. So that was about a quarter of our hydrogen. Oh my goodness, it didn't do anything. What? It like made this hole and then made this happen. Well, that's weird. Do we just fill this up with hydrogen? What is this geometry? I don't know, and I'm slightly terrified to find out. Yeah, something weird's going on here, and I think we're both being scientists and demolition experts at the same time, which I didn't really realize in my life that this was my dream job, but I mean, now that I say that, I mean, who wouldn't love being both a scientist and a demolitions expert? You know, like. Yeah, I was not expecting Aatrox to have like almost impenetrable terrain, which is, I mean, I guess I expected a little bit of that, or that doesn't surprise me too much. But the fact that it seems to have this just shape to it. Okay, so yeah, we can't fit a whole lot of hydrogen in there, right? Like we barely put a quarter of a hydrogen in there, but that's okay. It's all colliding with itself, and it's probably going to honestly cause problems when I walk away. But that's fine. We're going to put our shuttle up on the shelf where we think it's pretty safe, just about here or so, right? The explosion didn't reach here last time, so we'll go over here. Neat. Now we have a bunch of shelves. Alrighty. I mean, it's not fast by any stretch of the imagination, but it isn't digging. I guess we just do that again. Alrighty. I mean, I'm good with this. This is a pattern that we can repeat. It's going to take a while, but we'll make it down there eventually. Yeah, like it's definitely an issue with like there's something going on with like how the world's being generated that like this is how things are going to be shaped. I'm expecting to see this throughout the entire like save throughout our entire journey through Aatrox, more or less. We also didn't use that much hydrogen last time. And we seemed to have made a bigger, like section in the ground. So I guess what we're learning is the shape of the, like, the more hydrogen you have in a small area, the better. So, like, spreading it out doesn't really, excuse me, help out a bunch. Where did the explosive powder go? It was attached. I'm guessing I moved it somewhere, though. Was it this one? Nope, nope. That one has explosive powder in it. Try and put that back down there where we like to have it. Once again, put it up on the shelf where it's pretty safe. Then fire in the hole. Yeah, see, like all of the... I wonder if I should use a dynamite to make a little pit and then like use that little pit to hold hydrogen. Oh, we made it through. Cool. I don't know if I have enough dynamite to actually do that, but it seems like that's going to be the play. So if I drop this, is it? Cool. Oh, there's just a lot of hydrogen scattered around the ground. Oh, that's terrifying. So I don't know if Attactuses can shoot at us when we do this, but the fact that there are just like free-floating bits of hydrogen around is terrifying because we're going to drop our shuttle, be in the shuttle, fall down. If an Attactus shoots at us in the shuttle, the whole thing goes. Like everything explodes. All right, so that's comforting. We're in a bit of a risky spot here. If I get out of the shuttle, I get stabbed at least once, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it other than, you know, move the shuttle. So we're going to do that. Just kind of get out, slide the shuttle over, smooth as a, I don't know, smooth thing. Wow, Toaster, really heartfelt there. We're gonna clean up all of the hydrogen, and that's just going to go into one of the hydrogen canisters. Probably the one that we were just using. I think that's most of it. And then we do see that our cavern continues just a little bit. Oh, it's even collecting hydrogen for us. How nice. Oh, so this is going to be another one of those hydrogen pit things. Okay. We've done this before. Astroneer. So yeah, smaller, more targeted explosions. Yeah. It sounds like on Aatrox we're able to sort of get away with it too. Like, it's not just like we get to, like, the geometry of the world allows us to make these weird little, like, shaped charges, more or less. So I mean, the more dynamite, the more hydrogen we use, like, the wider the gap seems to be, and like we need an initial explosion to be able to do that. But it seems like the explosion is sort of being spread out. So it's like if we have this like layer of hydrogen, we have a, oh, here's one. We have a like thin like scrape over the surface, and that thin scrape seems to reveal this pattern or this weird like checkerboard. So the more hydrogen, that was a full one. Oh, got it, perfect. So the more hydrogen we use, the like wider that checkerboard seems to be. Come down to Aatrox and see the galaxy famous hydrogen pits. You too can light your own explosion here on Aatrox. Hey, I think we're just going to start a mining company, a blast mining company on Aatrox. I'm here for it. So, I don't know how much we really need, you know? Like, it doesn't really seem like the amount of hydrogen really helps, other than we just got to make sure we put enough down there to reveal the pattern. Also, we're going to chuck that one down there. And this is way too close, so hold on, what am I doing? Where are we going to put our little shuttle friend? Shuttle friend, let's just go over here a little bit. Also, I don't know where I'm running. Are there any... Okay, so I'm not seeing any Attactuses inside the planet. I'm guessing once we make it to the mantle layer, that's where the Attactus are going to be very present. Also, we can just take this. Yeah. All right. Fire in the hole. Well, that was fun. Let's go see what kind of results we got. There it is. There's the checkerboard pattern. And yeah, it made it down pretty considerable. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sort of impressed. So we have a fantastic little column that we can use. So we're going to put our shuttle in a closed position. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. And then this, I don't know where this goes. I don't have a whole lot of breathing room down here with the shuttle nearby. Can we just cram our shuttle in the ceiling? Yeah, okay. So we can look up and we should be able to pull the shuttle out by its feet, but now we just sort of put more hydrogen in this pit, and the cycle continues. This is wild though. This is honestly making it a little bit easier than I expected. It'll definitely become more challenging as we get past the mantle when there are, I guess, attactuses. I expected attacti to be throughout the entire planet. But it seems to me that attactuses are probably going to only be in the mantle layer and below, which is terrifying. Means getting out of here if I do unintentionally lose the shuttle is basically impossible. So, well, that's exciting. Just large enough that it's probably fine. All right, we'll put that on input mode. Put that in the shuttle. Put the shuttle down over here. I don't know how we're gonna get out of here. Can I jump up there? Probably not. So we're going to get in the shuttle and get out, but I don't know where we get out of the shuttle. Oh, you're right there. That's fine. So the last time the explosion didn't get very far, so just over here should be fine. Should be fine. I mean, there's no harm in being extra safe. So, he says while, like, avoiding his spines firing from multiple directions. Now, I do need to make sure that I can get this down into the... Okay, so I think I need to do what I did the last time, which is put this close enough. Oh, where did all the hydrogen go? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Where did it all go? It was all here. What? I walked too far away from my hydrogen and it all like phased through reality and into the ground. All right, so now I'm just curious if this whole thing, this is gonna be an intentional death, probably. I mean, maybe not. Oh, let's hover over, jump, sprint out. This may explode. Yeah, I mean, it did explode, but like all the hydrogen just disappeared. So I don't think we blew up the hydrogen. I think the hydrogen clipped into the world and then we lost it all. Which, if that's really the result, I'm surprised and not, I mean, I'm not too surprised, but like, oh, so okay, we're through. I don't know how we're going to survive, but we are through. So, once again, we're going to drop our shuttle through the hole, assuming we can. It's going to be a little difficult to shimmy it down there. And then, we're going to fall down into the next layer, into a layer that potentially has explosive plants. And there's going to be just like a salt and pepper shaking of hydrogen canisters all throughout the area. So, this could get exciting real quickly, but I'm really hoping it's not. I'm really hoping we just don't have that happen. All right, oh, great. So we want to get this down there, but we don't want it to clip into geometry. So I guess I can hold the shuttle and then fall down the hole myself. This is a bit of a, it's not a nightmare, but it's just like a bit of an interesting situation here. So we can fall down this little crevice here. Can we look up and pick up the shuttle now? We can. It's very, very close, though. Very tight. And that means we can now drop the shuttle into the chasm here. So now we're finally in the mantle layer. Hiss mine, yes. Attactuses, I don't see any yet. So far, so good. So far, so good. And also just a lot of explosions, explosive material everywhere. So this is a bit of a concern. Because if everything explodes, we are very sad. So I'm going to consider start piling it up here, just like right away. I don't really want to mess around. So if we just start like collecting it here, maybe it'll be fine. I mean, we may not need to use all of it here as well. We could put some of it back in the shuttle. Just need a little bit of an explosion here to sort of reveal where the checker pattern is, and then we can go from there. So that's probably good enough. But the issue is if we're going to like run in this direction, we need to clean up our mess so that we don't accidentally create a chain reaction that causes our shuttle to explode. So for that, I'm going to clean up a little bit more and put this over here, I guess. Yeah, so I mean, the best case scenario in that first moment is like if I can just get the shuttle inside. If I can just put the shuttle like in the hole, then I can just fall down the hole myself and probably find a way to get back in it. But, or you know, I can just take the intentional suffocation death and then I'll end up back in the shuttle. So I don't know where safety is. You know, I need to run to safety, and I don't know what is safe around here. So we're going to at least make a piece of dynamite here. Oh, nope, it needs to be on input mode here. So this seems kind of safe. So we're just going to put the shuttle up here. Hopefully that doesn't explode. It's probably fine there, but I need to be crazy cautious here. Oh, look, more explosions. Okay, cool. Damage report? Not much, but yeah, just enough to reveal this little checkerboard pattern here. Alrighty. I don't know what to call this other than a checkerboard pattern. Wait a minute. Didn't we used to have a canister down there? I'm sure we have one somewhere. Okay, so that's... Did I forget to put it back on the shuttle? Or did I just blow it up? There's a chance I just blew it up, but like, why wouldn't the others... Here it is. This is the one that I was using, okay. Yeah, I just didn't put it on the lower end of the shuttle when I thought I did. Oh, yeah, okay. So, like, these narrow crevices seem to cause the game to, like, lose things pretty easily, it seems. Okay, we're... This one's all empty. Cool. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't know where I put the empty one, but anyways. So we have an empty canister now. We can now make another piece of dynamite, try and get this explosion to go. We'll put it on this rock for safety once again. And then hopefully all the dynamites or explosions, hydrogen is still there. Yeah, okay, it is. Perfect. I almost detonated it before I had time to run away. And we're, yeah, so same pattern. A little larger of a triangle that we can repeat. Fun. Tic-tac-toe pattern? It's like a cross pattern, I guess. Yeah. Nope, that's the full one. Now we just need more mobile automation. The issue with that is, like, we're automating a weird thing that the game probably wouldn't allow us to automate. Getting very small units of hydrogen together. The game doesn't really have a way of making those. If there was a way to generate them automatically, though, that would be kind of sick, but, well, look at that. It doesn't seem like we're through quite yet. I think we can actually fill it up from here, though. We'll see. We'll see if it lets me fill this up. Maybe I can get this set up right about there. Nope. Oh, yeah, don't go too far. Maybe right here. Yeah, this works. This works. Oh wow, that's a little deeper than I first expected. We'll just let it all bounce around there. Eventually, some of them will fall in the center, I'm hoping. Yeah, I think this will work. If there was, yeah, if anybody has any ideas on how to, like, do this part faster, where, like, I can make more tiny little segments of hydrogen, that'd help, but that's the thing. I don't know if automation was really built to enable this kind of cheese. I'm definitely doing something that, like, the developers intended, right? Blowing up hydrogen, very intended. But blowing up hydrogen by, like, first breaking up your hydrogen into as many tiny canisters as possible, probably not developer intended. So, not really sure if there would be a way to automate that well. Oh, I missed again. Put that back in the shuttle. Put the shuttle on the rock of safety. Also, there's a plant to my right here that is a, I forgot what it's called, some kind of flower of some kind. If you spew flower, maybe. If you stand near it, it, like, damages you a lot, but as long as you're pretty far away, it's pretty safe, so. Fire in the hole. Didn't we make it through yet? Yeah, it looks like we have. Jolly-o. Now, I don't think the shuttle makes it all the way down quite yet. Maybe it does. Bummer. Okay, so, problem. The shuttle is stuck. If we get out of the shuttle, we fall, so we can take the shuttle down with us. If we do that, though, we're probably going to die of fall damage, so then we have to get back in the shuttle. So we're just going to zip. Yep, got it. Okay. Oh, good. More explosives. Just what I wanted to see. But we thankfully don't seem to be having much trouble. This is the mantle layer, by the way. So we're seeing a lot of these tubes, among other things. But thankfully, no attack disc quite yet. I'm sure they're hiding around here, though. Like, at this point, I'm not going to be surprised if we just take a little bit of a hike. Suddenly there are attack discs waiting for us, so. Gonna have to be careful, as always. But I feel like we've been doing an okay job. Is this Aatrox? Asks Kazar18. It absolutely is. We are blowing our way through Aatrox without using our terrain tool. We are only allowing ourselves to dig using explosions. To make the explosions bigger, we're adding a questionable amount of hydrogen canisters to them, which seems to make the booms go a little bigger, and that is actually quite helpful. Although it seems like we're running into a weird, like, engine quirk of how the game works. It seems that Aatrox doesn't quite have the same dirt as other planets in sort of this weird crisscross pattern or plus size pattern. I don't know how to describe it. You're going to see a weird shape appear if we see the pattern continue. So we're going to make a piece of dynamite, and then get ready to go, but I'm going to need to figure out where my exit plan is first, so we're going to explore that. Can I run over here safely without anything blowing up? It looks like I can. So then we're going to take the shuttle and hide it over here. This is probably far enough. I can run there without too much trouble. We're going to put our dynamite over here. Alright, that was pretty close. But, I mean, the more explosions we make, the further down that goes, so I'm not too worried about that. And then we'll see what happened here. And yeah, so once again, we see the plus pattern show up here, where, like, we didn't make a depression, we made this weird little, like, shape. And the shape is conducive for more explosions, so that's more or less what we've been doing. And it looks like it's a grid or a pattern that repeats. So yeah, once again, don't exactly know what's happening here, but it is fun, that's for sure. I think what we're seeing is how the game is built, to some degree. I think these are like remnants of how like the chunks or grids of this game are generated. And I think that is more or less what is what we're separating out. Like we're finding that like while the four chunks here like are grouped together and they're joined together, Aatrox is very hard dirt, and what we're blowing up is not the dirt. We're blowing up the connections between the chunks of world generation that appear to be weaker for some reason. I don't know what much that I have to offer in terms of like justification for that theory. However, what I have noticed is that onto solo, when I'm mining through to solo without a drill mod, it's very slow, but once in a while I will find what I call a seam, where like I seem to be able to split the world open in a weird way. It's as if like there's a bit of a weaker connection that I'm able to like cut open and slip through in a very quick way. And so it seems like the world of Astroneer has these chunks, these cubes around it, and then what joins the cubes together is what looks like regular dirt. However, it seems like that connection is ostensibly a little weaker than the actual dirt should normally be. And so in certain situations, a drill mod might be able to get through it a little bit, or in this situation, we're just able to blow it up. So I think that wasn't far enough the last time. Like we were just a little, we were a little close. We're gonna be a little extra safe and put it on the back wall here, because I think a little more dynamite into this one. Fire in the hole. Yeah, that was. Yeah, so the farther away the explosion gets, the safer we get. Also, we're very floaty now. Whee. Alrighty. And we repeat. So yeah, it's not that the centers of the cubes are weaker. It's that the edge of the world is somehow able to be detonated. So like, if I've got dynamite, or if I got an explosion, and I've got like a surface, the dynamite is coded to like cut off the surface, so it just like reveals it. And then what's happening is, if the game is made out of these cubes or chunks, then the center of that cube is technically like two surfaces that are together. And they're back to back, and they're so like thin, and it's so together that it probably doesn't even show up on our screen. It probably isn't shown to the player, but I'm guessing behind the scenes, there is that invisible like seam between those two cubes. And by creating a big explosion, we're actually causing the game to like explode down that seam and remove dirt on both sides of the seam, creating the like line or the trench. And because the game is made out of cubes all tucked close to each other, we're just slowly but surely widening that trench. Oh, this is so insightful. Who knew? Who knew that explosions would have taught us something today? to be fair, what I just said isn't a guarantee. It is not confirmed. I only have a rudimentary understanding of game development, among other things, as a software developer. But it's a convincing theory to me, and something that could like maybe explain a little bit more about this game that I've seen in other areas, especially onto solo. Like, it's very weird to talk about it, and I don't know if I even have clips of it, but like occasionally when I mine through to solo, I just like run into a little spot where the world just sort of cuts open in a very thin and weird way. So yeah, it seems like this world is made up of cubes, and all those cubes have a seam down the center. You know, a long time ago, Joe Torado, the community manager at Astroneer, was like, yeah, once in a while when players are driving over what we call a seam, the game will like eat the buggy. The buggy will just like clip into the ground. And everybody doesn't know how that happens. This might explain that. Like, if you're driving over these two cubes touching each other and there's that invisible seam down the center, like the buggy just might get eaten by that. Like, it probably doesn't anymore, right? They probably have band-aided it over or fixed like a number, because I haven't heard a lot of issues where buggies just fall through the world. But if these seams are everywhere, which they would be if these cubes are this small and the world's built out of them, then yeah, like that would totally explain why we're seeing what we're seeing today. Cool. Well, I know that I learned something. Hopefully you did too. And if you didn't, that's fine. It was like watching explosions, haha, funny. Hopefully he doesn't die. But here's hoping that that little oop, we got in and out of the shuttle and back in again. Here's hoping that that explanation like makes sense or helps out somebody. I know I can share those findings with the speedrunning community. I don't think they're gonna care a whole lot. We don't do a whole lot of this shenaniganery. But it is fun. And it is a good thing to know, right? Like, having that information behind the scenes will, like, help. I would have never known that Astroneer was cubes. The expectation that a game like this would be made out of cubes is a good guess. Like, a lot of games, regardless of what they actually seem to be, are usually made out of voxels some way, somehow. Oh. Okay, we almost fell down. Am I seeing? Okay, we have made it through again. This is just weird. So we're going to fit the shuttle down one more layer here, fall down. And then it's just down there. Is that the whole shuttle? Yes, it is. Okay. Alrighty, here goes nothing. Any attactuses anywhere? Well, there's a good amount of hydrogen everywhere. And we're seeing quartz and graphite already? Yo, that means we're near the final cavern layer. I don't think this is it. I think that we're one cavern layer above the final cavern layer. But quartz and graphite deposits that are mixed, that usually means final cavern layer. Well, we haven't collected any resources so far, but I mean, detonating all of this quartz and graphite might be useful. So let's go ahead and put an explosion around here and just collect what we can collect. How can you push the shuttle through a hole that it most definitely shouldn't be able to fit through? Well, I mean, realistically, we can't. We definitely shouldn't be able to do that by most definitions or by most arguments or, you know, most ways or logical ways of thinking. But in this game, the shuttle doesn't really have any collision. Like, you can just put it wherever you want to. The shuttle will, in the open air, just fall down, right? So if I'm just moving the shuttle around, it just falls through. But if you put the shuttle on the side of something, it'll actually like try and hook to it. And then after you hook the shuttle to a wall or something, then it will rotate back up and point straight up. So like you can do that in weird ways. You can put the shuttle like underneath stuff and then it will just kind of rotate or clip into that thing. So to answer your question, the devs don't really value the physics or the collision of the shuttle a whole lot. So that it just sort of, it's there, but it isn't really a thing to really concern yourself with. The shuttle just exists. Sometimes it has collision, but most of the time it does not. Don't really need to worry about it, kind of a deal. This explosion won't be that big, but I also don't know exactly what's happening. So we're gonna go see what happens here. Yeah, we didn't get a very large one, but that's okay. Didn't necessarily need to be huge. But we also didn't get that much. We didn't get that many resources. I'm kind of okay with that, I'm not gonna lie. Although I say that and they're still falling down from the sky, so we'll have to play some cleanup here. Interesting. Can one of these open? Okay, there we go. So I just need to make little spots that are open on my shuttle, and they'll go into their respective resource canisters now. We don't have one for clay yet, so we'll make one for clay. And I'm trying to locate all of the resources by the sounds they're making. Oh, interesting. There was like a quartz stuck in the ground and then it finally like popped up and on me. Huh. Interesting. Lots of more over here. So we're going to just drop a whole bunch of more hydrogen down this little crevice here between these two cubes. And then we'll detonate it again, collect the resources again. Looks like we get a bunch here. We get clay, graphite, and quartz, all from the same deposit. And at first I thought that was going to be like a rarity, like a rare thing. Like all of the other cores of other planets have clay, quartz, and like graphite. Like those are really common things to find together. And in pretty rare instances, like on Silva, they can spawn all together. But in this case, what I'm actually interested in finding here is the fact that Aatrox seems to have them all together all the time. I'm not sure why they're all together all the time, but that just seems to be how it's working. Also, very thankful for the fact that we haven't really run into any Attactuses yet, so we're, for the most part, having a jolly old good time just getting through this. We'll put that up there. Some of the hydrogen popped out. That's fine. We can just set that all back here in a moment. Yeah, you can tell the game's physics system doesn't really like putting hydrogen in places. Or these items in these small crevices. They're like bouncing around and like popping out and doing weird things. Don't jinx yourself. Oh, we've been jinxing ourselves the entire time. Who am I to complain or to know? I just love how like you look back and it's just like erupting stuff even after the explosion finishes. Like that's hilarious to me. And it's still like falling down. It's just slowly raining graphite. Who knows where the rest of it is? Oh, that was the final cap. No way. We're in? Oh, yes. Yes, please. We didn't see a single Attactus except on the surface. Let's see here. There might be an Attactus lying in wait on the other side of the hole that we fall through, so we'll just make sure we try and speed past that. I'm gonna quickly take a quick look around here for other materials that might be on the ground here. It's raining. It absolutely is or was. Okay, we're going to put that there. And then we're gonna try and pick up the whole shuttle. And just sort of drop that in, if I can. Okay. Oh, I missed a clay right there on the top. I was covering it with the shuttle. So yeah, there might have been some Attactuses around, but it looks like we are pretty good to go here. So Aatrox is done. Wow, I was expecting that to go way worse. Also, there's apparently a bunch of resources chilling out here in the core. Hey, who put all those there? There's just a giant pile of resources here. What a... That's hilarious. So we can, if we set the shuttle down, it points away from the center of the planet at all times. Like that's how it's coded. So it just like rotates into the floor. So that's a little obnoxious, but we can use the fact that the game will find a home location for resources if we gesture over the shuttle and there's a space on the shuttle to put them. So what I'm basically doing is I'm going to be like putting quartz in the foot of the shuttle. It's going to find a slot in the shuttle to go into, and then it's going to find a home in one of the resource canisters. So it's a pretty quick way of depositing stuff. As long as there's a open resource slot in the shuttle, which there is, we can do that. We're gonna fill up our inventory here. Okay. How did all those resources get there? We'll never know. Yeah, seriously. So now we've got the ability to open up Aatrox, which it just needs hydrogen, but it doesn't need full canisters of hydrogen, so we can just use the 2 that we just found there lying on the ground. Oh, we need both though. Let's go ahead and put both in. We're on the other side. One goes inside right about there. And the other one we keep. So now is my favorite glitch in the game. If you put the shuttle in a location where it will check if there's an open sky, it will check a certain distance, go, yep, that's probably good enough. There's probably enough open space above you. That means you're probably in an open air environment where there's a clear path to the sky. However, it doesn't check super far, it turns out, and it turns out the open space inside of the core is actually large enough to fool the shuttle into thinking that it's in open skies. So we can just point the shuttle through this like purple shell. If it bumps into the purple shell, it sees that, but it doesn't run to the other side. And then it just lets us fly the shuttle out, and we're good. We're out of there. Aatrox, check. Oh, should we go pick up some? Yeah, let's bring back some helium, and we can swap our canisters around. We have an empty canister that was full of hydrogen when we landed. We can now put that back and collect another gas, maybe methane or something. We should have enough helium for more than anything we need. So we will, let's see here. Turn this off. Methane sounds good. I don't really have a good methane source anywhere. And then one of these is empty. I don't know where it is. I don't know how to get it. This one? Yeah, this one. Disable the output. It's now an input. Methane away. I kind of want to check to make sure it's going to work. Let's compare it to an already working one. So this one is on input mode, and it says enable output. So we want it to say enable output, and that will mean it will collect gas, I think. So just to triple check, we'll wait around until we see that until we see a canister go inside. To speed it up, we could superpower it with a battery canister instead of a RTG. It will moderately speed it up. Looking for a couple samples. I'm not seeing too many, that's fine. Once these 2 get up, we should see this fall into top of the canister here, and then the canister will be ready to accept another one, hopefully in a bit. Just pick up the mini one and put it on. That's boring. That's boring. That is technically the better thing to do, isn't it? Yep. It did the right thing. Okay. So now we have flown to the surface, we have collected our helium, we have collected our triptych. Helium's in the shuttle, I think. Somewhere around here. One of those is helium, I'm pretty sure. So let's head back to Silva. We honestly have enough dynamite to just get through Glacia. We don't have the materials for Glacia though, so we need to go back to Silva, make 2 diamonds. Then we should be good to go. Might do a little bit of inventory management, but we don't need to do too much other than just clean up our inventory here. I'm not trying to click on the satellite. I'm trying to click on Silva here. There's a lot of things to click on there. The moon was right in front of Silva. Calidor was kind of getting in the way, but when I was hovering over none of those things, it was telling me that I was going to fly to the mysterious satellite, which we will want to go there, but not quite yet, so. Okay. What's on the mug? Pikachu is on the mug. And coffee is in the mug. And it's also in the beard. That's the problem with beards. Okay. So we collected some quartz, some other things. We can put this one over here. Replace it with a full one. See, this one's explosive powder and the other one's explosive powder. How much explosive powder do we have left? Not... Like, we have more than enough to get through. I'm gonna fill up this one to 32. So you have 10 in that one and 32 in that one. So yeah, we barely used... We used like 20 total TNT. Like, we're totally good. Got this one full of helium up there that I want to take out. This one right here. Wait a minute. Which one's doing which? Disable the output. So where is it putting it? I'm guessing there's another canister that's been collecting explosive powder somewhere. Yeah, okay. This one accidentally was collecting explosive powder. Okay, okay. I had a little bit of a mistake where like these were in the wrong modes. So now we're just gonna recollect it all in the correct ones here. Now I've got a canister that has clay in it, 13 clay, 16 quartz, and some graphite. Now I already have a giant canister ready to take in graphite, so we're gonna move this over here and just empty it out into this one. How many do we have? 21? Cool. I'll slow to go on the right one here. The quartz is, I don't know if I have a thing for the quartz. Can't really do much with it right now. Although I can use some of the quartz to make more packagers, so we might do that. And this is just clay. We don't really have much of a use for it. So yeah, let's go ahead and use some of the quartz here and then smelt, what, like 4 of it? We're gonna make 4 more canisters here, so we're gonna need 4 glass and 4 plastic. So we're gonna need 4 carbon and 4 compound. So we can do that with 2 pieces of scrap here, which we have. Okay. Oh no, we're gonna need 4 scrap, because it's 2 per, isn't it? So 2 scrap goes on this one, and we want this to make organic, and then 2 scrap goes on this one, and we want this one to make compound. Go over there technically. We need this to go on carbon when we get the opportunity to. We already had some compound here, didn't we? No. Medium resource canisters, glass and plastic. Glass and plastic. So we just need the carbon to come back so we can smelt it, and we should be good to go. In the meantime, we'll put our triptych with the others. And we also need to get ammonium for diamonds. And then we need graphite. We have all the graphite we need. So we just need like 8 ammonium, I believe. That's going to be 8 scrap, which we can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay, we can't fit the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smelt all of this. What do you mean I only have... I have more scrap ready to go. Oh, but I can't put it on because I need to set it to ammonium first before I can put the scrap on. Perfect. Weird. I thought I put 2 of them on this one. Okay. We also have a research node somewhere around here. This thing. We got that one pretty deep in there, worth 5,000 bytes. Not great, but we'll take it. Also, we have this one that is holding explosive powder, I think. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So this replaces the ones that we lost, as well as puts, or makes some space for another one, maybe. Then we're good to kind of make our way through Glacio, but we do need the diamonds, so we never finished that. Let's go ahead and get these all ready to go. We need some hydrogen on our platform. You can click the button, get this going. So we need, what, 4 hydrazine, which I think we are all set up and ready to make. We're in 4 graphite. Oh, and this one's all empty too. For this. We'll slowly put this on. And we'll continue cramming stuff in the shuttle so that we can move it when we need to. There's an empty canister, I think this one. And we got 2 empty canisters ready to go, so we have 1 spot open still. But I'm fine with that. This one, this shuttle thruster can be packaged and reused in a minute. And this is all ready to go. Make 4 graphene. Now we're ready to go to Glacio. Once we get the 2 diamonds. Oh no, we only get 1 diamond out of this, don't we? No, we get 2 diamonds out of this. Can't count to 4. It's okay, we're getting there. And we have a good amount of backup hydrogen ready to go as well, so. I'm loving this like idea of like having all the gases just like floating around. Like these things are incredibly useful. Playing D&D on my other screen, so you know. You're a 7th level ranger. That new character last session, 11 plus to hit with a bow, 5 damage, or a sharpshooter plus 6 to hit 15. That's nuts. Having a lot of fun being a super sniper. I would be. One diamond, 2 diamond. Okay. We'll put these on the miscellaneous storage platform. Oh, don't go inside there. You're not supposed to go there. Don't go in that one either. I guess we're finding out which ones are all inputs. Are you diamond? Yep, get out of there. Alrighty, we have none of the canisters are accepting resources right now, which is what we want. We want that to be their default state. So now we've got a lot of hydrogen. We've got a lot of explosive powder. Well, I mean, we have 12 here, and we have 33 there, so we should be good to blow through Glacio here and call it good. We are collecting more resources here as well. You know, we're slowly filling up all these canisters. So when we come back, we'll have a lot more hydrogen if we need it. I don't think we will, but if we need it, we'll have it. Yeah, alrighty. We could, like, spend some time scrapping stuff, but I think that'll be it for me. So, let's go ahead and blow up Glacio, shall we? So the only time I played D&D, I was playing a one-shot, and I wanted to be an elf that hates trees. It was really fun to, like, be a non-standard character, but I didn't really have a good way to integrate that into the one-shot story without being unnecessarily difficult to the party, and I wanted to have fun. I didn't want to be a bit of a stinker in terms of gameplay. So, I didn't really have a great way to roleplay as an elf that hates trees. But it was like a fun idea, and I want to revisit it at some point. Ooh, this is really close. Yeah, let's just do it. Oh, I didn't bring any way to power the game. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fly back to Silva, I'm pretty sure. I need to bring something that allows me to hook up resources. All right, let's go ahead and do a little bit of exploratory demolitions here. All right, so we're going to make 1 dynamite. There, seems about fine. Move the shuttle a bit away. So this probably won't get me too much resin, right? That's not the point. It gets me a hole. And the hole is what I can put more things into. Because I actually don't have a great way to get resin other than trading for it, so this is how I'm going to get more resin. Now, there is a somewhat used canister of hydrogen on this thing somewhere. 160. 160. Oh, I only brought 3 things of hydrogen with me. Oh, I brought 4. Oh, and I guess they're all not used. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're just trying to find this one here. It's like, I know there's a 4th one just hiding out somewhere. Anyways, we're gonna make a big boom right about here, so we're gonna collect all the resin that comes from it. My current character is a skinwalker rat man named Ratros. He's basically the brave Sir Robin of fighters. Brave knight Sir Robin bravely ran away. He bravely ran away one day. Is that a Monty Python thing? I think that's a Monty Python thing, right? Where the minstrel is like just totally roasting brave knight Sir Robin. Yeah, okay, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Okay. I love how the song comes to my mind before the character does, or before the movie does, you know, like. That goes to show you like how good that song, how good like that whole movie and franchise like was, when it could have like, I don't know, like, it's just the fact that the song sticks in your head too is like what makes it for me. Alrighty, give me the resin. Oh, and it's some organic too. We'll take it. Looks like we didn't get a whole lot, but we got enough. We definitely got enough to make like a canister or two, you know, like, or a platform or two. And organic is always nice to have, so. So we will package up our thruster to just make sure that we don't lose it. It's not a problem to make another one, but we don't have to. We'll save up a little bit of resources here. And we have a lot of graphite, so now we fly back to Silva, make ourselves a platform. This platform will allow us to power the gateway. Our issue is that we can't like power gateways. We have a bunch of batteries, but we can't plug them in directly. Let's see here. Silva. The voice for this character is a Skaven rat in Twitch from League of Legends. Oh, that's hilarious. I can see that being hilarious, just to have this, like, obnoxiously brave rat who, when the going gets tough, actually just runs away all the time. So I'm sure the party loves you. I guess it depends on how you play the game, but... Where were we? We can smelt the carbon really fast. By doing that, we can just like snap all this down right here. That was fun. And then, oh, interesting. I don't know where we got all that resin from. Oh, that was from one of our other adventures, I'm pretty sure. Large plant B, please. We'll put all the rest of the resin inside. We gotta wait for this to finish so we can take a Daedrox, or Glacio, a second time. While we're here, we might as well make a couple more packagers because we are missing, or we have been burning through a good amount of them here. Earlier on in other versions of the game, packagers would like be attached to the noses of shuttles and then they would disconnect every time you reloaded the world. But that's not happening anymore, so kudos to whoever fixed that bug. Okay, shuttle. Again, it's half used. We should package it and refill it so that we don't blow it up on the way to Glacio. And then we are going to go to Glacio, and this time we'll have a platform. Not sure anymore if I'm here to enjoy Astroneer or your dedication. I mean, it's kind of both. Why not both? Exactly. Exactly. I mean, like, the dedication is what makes the run remarkable. The Astroneer is just the mechanism for the feat to occur, you know? Like, you can't have a no-dig run without Astroneer, because you need to have a game to do the no-dig run in to do the no-dig run. So, I mean, you can have both. You can have both. I'd argue you need to. I mean, if you're not here for the dedication, if you're not here for me, well then, like, you know, there are other probably better streamers on the market today. Why don't you go ahead and watch other streams too? But if you want to hang out here, you're more than welcome to, because we have a bunch of explosions coming up, and that's what I'm here for, honestly. That and for Twitch chat to count how many times I die, but for the most part, that's been 0. Today, probably. I don't think we've died today. I mean, Twitch chat hasn't told me I've died today, so that's basically what I have to go on, so. Anyways. Some batteries here. One-stop shop power, you've got it. You need it, we've got it. I feel like this is like fuel rats, but with Astroneer's power system. If anybody doesn't know, fuel rats are a large faction of players, primarily from one game, not Dead Space, but it's a large space game. Unfortunately, it's the furthest thing from Dead Space. It's a large MMORPG, all about space. It's good. Whatever the game is, it's good. And there's a dedication of players that will just run out and give people fuel when they get stranded, and they're completely neutral. They don't care who you are or what you need. They just run out fuel to you. It's like something along, I forgot what their tagline is, but it's like, you need fuel, we've got it, or something like that. And it's really heartwarming, and they just do all this crazy stuff. What MMO was that? Goodness gracious, if I could remember. If you look up who the fuel rats are, the problem is that like the idea of the game like transcends just the one MMORPG it came from. Like, it might be Elite Dangerous, but Elite Dangerous wasn't an MMO. It's a game where you can pay like real life dollars to get a month subscription called ISK, or you can just earn it in game or something. Like, it's a pretty large game though. I'm gonna hear the game EVE Online. Thank you. EVE Online sounds like it's the game. And so yeah, they run fuel to people, and it's really cool, like everything else. Eve doesn't have fuel at all? Well, then it must not be Eve. Gosh. If it's not Eve, then I don't know. You're gonna have to look up the fuel rats later. I do know, I am 1000% sure they exist. I was reading all about the fuel rats and everything else. Like, it's a wonderful community, from what I can tell. And the fact that there's just this, like, they're like the Red Cross of the game. Like, no one messes with the fuel rats because they're for everybody. Like, they're like, they help out everybody who's new at the game. Like, if you get stranded because you didn't understand how the fuel systems in the game work, like, they teach you how the fuel systems work, and then they bail you out of your situation. It's really cool. We're trying to find a little pit that gets us down into the world, but maybe we won't find that. Maybe we'll just make our own. EVE Online is the best story about corporate espionage I've ever seen. I think it is EVE Online, but I think the issue is that the fuel systems in the game are a little, like, more involved than what most players expect. But I think you're right. If I don't fully understand how the fuel system works, but when I was reading on it, and I was reading basically like what the procedures do for the fuel rods, they like instruct you how to collect your own fuel, and in situations where they are elite dangerous. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I must be misremembering what elite dangerous is, or was. I guess is, because it's still going on, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if there are analogous fuel rat coalitions in maybe EVE Online. I'm not sure what they would do though if fuel isn't a commodity, so then, you know, ignore me there, right? I clearly don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah, so it's Elite Dangerous, right? Elite Dangerous is the, if I'm remembering it correctly, it's the, like, very complicated space sim where, like, there are buttons and things that do too much everywhere. And anyways, the systems are so complicated that players will hop on a ship and will strand themselves without the ability to collect more fuel, or they won't know how. So then the fuel rats bail you out. I think it'd be the game that I would like enjoy playing, but I probably don't want to sink time into it. I've been looking for a different game to play, and I don't know what I want it to be. Like, I might just play Celeste a little bit, but I want something a little more grand than Celeste, but I don't want to have a game that's like a bunch of grinding. I don't think EVE Online is going to do it for me, but I don't know what will. So, I'm thinking. I kind of want like an adventure. I don't really want to play Skyrim, but I think I want a game like Skyrim, you know, like. Yeah, the inner politics of EVE Online, like, are wild to read about because of, like, how far players take the guild systems in that game, or, like, how much they demonstrate their loyalty. Oh, boom balloons are explosive, aren't they? We should not run towards them freely if we have the opportunity to. I'd like to keep my shuttle in one piece, thank you very much. Oh, that's far enough away. Oh yeah, and we're fine. So I don't think we're going to see that cube pattern here. Because we're just going to see a giant hole instead. The group basically worked their way to the number 2 clan and executed a strategic plan to take out the entire group. Gosh. Like, just having somebody, like, in layman's terms explain all the inner politics of, like, what the guilds go through is what I live for in those games. Like, I don't have time to play the games. I don't have time to even, like, heavily read about all the games. I'm not that interested. But, like, when there was a massive war in EVE Online that, like, made all the gaming news, and seeing, like, all of the players, like, waste, you know, years worth of resources and capital ships just blowing each other up, was just wildly fascinating to read about and hear about. One of my favorite stories was like a group, and I don't know enough about, well, apparently EVE Online. Like, I only know the stories and they're only legends to me, and I'm just wrong about everything that I remember. But so forgive me and all the details that I'm wrong here about. But I remember one group, a fairly large group, according to what I understand, had a large goal of making a base that was like hard to find or destroy, because they built it in the systems of the game allowed them to build it in like a deep space region of the game where like you can't just normally fly to it. You have to like follow a bunch of rules to fly to it. And because the rules are like limited, like only so many players can go through this gate before the gate closes, it made attacking it virtually impossible, but not actually impossible, just virtually impossible. And so in order to attack this base, you would have to like coordinate an attack at such an amazing scale to send a massive attack force through a bunch of portals everywhere across the galaxy in order to attack it all at once, instead of like only sending your main fleet through a big ol' central area. So I don't know exactly what the building was or what the ship was. I don't think Eve has the equivalent of a Death Star or whatever. But like there was just a large player-built structure out in wormhole space that one faction had. It was nearly indestructible, and you know, eventually people took it down. I thought it was really cool to read about. You know, the amount of planning and effort that had to go into just like, how are we gonna blow up this thing that's basically impossible to blow up? We need to blow it up. Why? Why do we need to blow this up? Because we need to. All right. I don't even think there were like that exactly, there weren't that very many tense relationships among all the groups. Like there wasn't like a, and like we're technically enemies in name sort of thing going on, I guess, but like there wasn't a whole like, oh, like you're really offensive, we really need you to die or whatever. It was just one of those like, no, you just built this really hard thing to destroy, so now we're going to focus on destroying it because it exists. that's how I understood it, at least. Yeah, we got a player of EVE Online over here. Oh, first death. After a certain mass of ships passes through the wormhole, it goes unstable and becomes unusable. You can scan a new hole from inside the hole and find where it opens up in normal space and guide the next group through it and so on. So yeah, like a bunch of players had to effectively like locate a wormhole that would work. But like more than just one wormhole because of the limitations. Look, resin. Cool. Okay, did I blow up one of my cancers or did I just put it up here again? I just put it up here again. Okay, that's fine. So the death, yeah, our first death of the day wasn't even on Aatrox, but that's because our Aatrox went really smoothly. Like, I can't explain how smooth that Aatrox was. Like, it should have been way worse, and it just wasn't for some reason. So we're gonna drop a bunch of hydrogen in our cereal bowl. What would a cereal based on explosions be called? Explodios? What would dynamite, like dynamite sticks, Dyna-O's? Like, it's definitely part of a complete nutritious breakfast, but like, it's got an explosion in every bite. But what would you call the cereal? So yeah, according to what I'm understanding from Tibia, like pop, boom, and crack. Okay, dinos would work. See, dinos makes it sound like, oh no, okay, so it could be dinos where like there are supposed to be explosions, but the thing about calling cereal dinos is that like you're suddenly implying that like your mascot, your cereal mascot is a dinosaur, which is fine, but then suddenly it's all of just about dinosaurs all of a sudden, and now like where do the explosions go? We've covered them with all of our dinosaur thing. So I guess our dino serial mascot would be a dinosaur in a hard hat, like a demolitions expert. And like he's holding a little like TNT that you, TNT like box, so the charge box where you like push down the lever and it's going to explode. So that's our serial mascot, a little dinosaur with a hard hat and one of those little detonator things. But past that point, like, what shape is the cereal then? Are they cereal circles? Are they is there something more going on? That's probably high enough. Oh, we have some bites over here. We'll take them. I have a little bit of resin here. Not much, but that's fine. We aren't necessarily targeting the resin deposit. Okay, I kind of want to just chuck this down there. Then we're going to make one dynamite. We're going to try and slide down here without taking too much damage. Oh, there is more resin down here. Okay. Well, now I'm going to have to go figure out how I'm going to bring all that back. How am I going to bring all that back? Because if I take down the whole shuttle, we have some trouble. So we can just fill up a dispenser here. Put it on input mode. So what we're going to do is actually fill up our backpack with 8 resin. And we're going to try and put all the resin into the dispenser all at once. Because this is a little more consistent than like picking it up off the ground, maybe? We are gonna suffocate, shoot. This doesn't work. I mean, we can go in and out, I guess. Teleport back up to the surface. So yeah, we'll pick up as much as we can, then teleport back to the surface by getting in the shuttle. Yeah, that was a lot of unrendered resin. You are absolutely correct. It was weird how we didn't see it until we had to like get close enough, and then we saw it or something. Wait, hold on. If we got resin here, can't we just make... Yeah, we'll just do that. Problem solved. Oh, we're gonna fill up a canister, aren't we? Yeah, it's full now. Okay, we need another one. Okay. So we picked up most of the resin. So now we are good to unpack all of the hydrogen. We'll take a breathe out of this for a little bit here. See if we can rotate this around just a little bit to make our mouse travel just that much easier. The issue is that if we make a nice neat pile, it'll like spread itself out a little bit, so there's not a whole lot we can really do here. Oh, that was a little full here, so we'll double tap this one. Put that in our inventory at this point. Oh, I missed. Good enough. So now we've got this ready to go. We'll just set the dynamite on the ground. We are not going to detonate it, and we're going to get in the shuttle. Oh, I pointed the door the wrong way. hope so. Perfect. We'll pick up this. We'll pick up this. And we'll pick up this. Dynamite is down there, ready to go. This goes away. We almost fall down a pit. I think that's safe enough, considering how far away this explosion will be. I can't even reach the TNT to activate it. Well, so now we gotta get closer, much closer than I'd prefer, to detonate this thing. Well, I guess we're gonna take a death number 2 here, aren't we? Because I literally cannot reach. I guess I can try and reach it from here. Yeah, there's nothing we can do. The dynamite's too far away. I guess we can make another dynamite. We'll just do that. Rather than take a death, we'll just throw more dynamite at the problem. Alright, that works. That works. Beautiful. Our druid in the party just used blight on a tree. Interesting. What kind of tree and why? I mean, like, what did the tree do to them, you know? Like, how much is 32 in it? Isn't there another canister that has resin in it that's like mostly empty? Okay, we're just gonna fill up this one, and then it still has to be on input mode here. Okay. So we got like 1 compound, so we'll move that up there, I guess. And then we have titanium. What goes in that one? Oh, that's diamonds. Okay, okay, now it's holding compound. Okay, that's fine. Oh, we even get quartz too. Wow, we hit a lot all of a sudden. Okay, now it's holding quartz. It'll be nice having this much titanium. We were always a little low on titanium, but I mean, at this point, we're going to be done with the game, so. I think that's everything. We definitely will find more resources in the ground as we fall through, but looks like we got everything up here for the most part, so. So I think we're in like cavern layers like 4 now, maybe 4, maybe 5. We're definitely not at the mantle layer yet, but oh, interesting. We're like hanging. Now there's a hispine shooting at us here. We're trying to get away from that. I think we got away from it pretty effectively. We're seeing flowers from the mantle layer, so that's kind of like seeing mushrooms in the layer above the mantle layer on Silva. So it looks like we filled up our titanium. So we'll slowly put the titanium in there. So many resources to collect. Who knew that blasting through planets would be so profitable? Like, when we weren't even aiming it, we just, like, randomly hit, like, 4 resource deposits on the way down. Looks like a Yamcha crater. What is a Yamcha crater, and how do I not know about it? Is it a thing from a video game or is it a thing from real life? A lot of resources, so probably fell down that crevice, but looking into it and just sort of looking around sounds a little unnecessarily dangerous. Okay, it looks like is our resin still taken? Yeah, it is, okay. So we probably got most of it. I'm gonna go check this for clearance all the way through. It doesn't, I don't know if it goes all the way through, but we'll take a look. It doesn't go all the way through, so we can just drop hydrogen down here in the pit. Alrighty, that looks like a good pit for hydrogen. Hooray. I always like it when we don't have to worry too much or work too hard. Just drop hydrogen in the pit. How much full is this one? 20? Okay. That one is very empty. We're probably going to go a quarter of this canister here. We're about 1/8 of the way through it, a little over. So far, so good. Oh, Yamcha crater is a crater made by, it's a Dragon Ball Z thing. Okay. I was gonna try and name the character. So Yamcha is a character, or a name that I recognize, but is he the individual who like got hit and like fell into the world and made the crater, or is Yamcha the person who kicked this character in this image? I think Yamcha would be the character who is the one who unfortunately ended up in the crater myself, but based on my very loose understanding of Dragon Ball Z and what I understand is happening in this picture, but I have no idea. Not gonna lie, I don't know the series that well. And that's looking a little close. I mean, maybe. Let's just make sure, you know, like, let's just put this over there. That's probably fine, that's probably fine. Hey, look, more resin. Fire in the hole. We did it. We even got ammonium out of the deal. I don't know what canisters we have left to store stuff in, but... Oh, no. So I clipped through the floor when I didn't want to. So I need to, like, find my shuttle and get back into it. That'll work. Yeah, that makes sense. So the hole was so thin that when the shuttle was moving down, we clicked the get out of shuttle button. We just accidentally, like, zipped through the floor. That is how this game works. It's a little obnoxious, but it is how that works, so... Organic. We don't have a thing for that yet, but we don't have very much organic either, so we're just going to store it on the platform. I'm not expecting to get too much. We could detonate and get more, but again, not really interested in wasting time. I will collect all the resources we collect on the ground, but I got some hematite down here finally. Okay. Alright. This looks like a weird cave that's not quite in the mantle layer, but like, it probably should be. So either the mantle layer is the next layer we're going to see, or we're in it, technically. But it doesn't quite feel like this is the mantle layer. I don't know, it could be, it could be. So do we collect iron? I think we are okay on iron. I think we have some in the base still, so. Not gonna waste time collecting iron when we're basically gonna be done once we blow through Glacia. Where should we blow a hole then? This is where our hole came from, so here is not a bad place to start. 464 bytes for that sample. Cool. I don't know how large I want this first explosion to be, so let's just start with a small one. We have enough dynamite for sure. We're not in any sort of shortage of dynamite and TNT. We're just going to make a little bit of a tiny explosion to be able to, like, fit more TNT in the next time. That might be a little close for me. I might die, but we were fine. Ooh, thanks for the hollow. Is it your alt? Euro alt, maybe? Euro alt sounds like the name that is supposed to be said. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Please consider yourself cordially and officially welcome to join the Intergalactic Appliance Alliance. Should you choose to accept this formal invitation, you can name your favorite kitchen appliance in a kitchen near you. I'm on an alt account, presumably one for Europe. The statement, I'm on my alt, implies that I might know you. But alas, I do not recognize the name, so that's okay. Perhaps we've never met before, and we are just now meeting again for the first time, but that's okay. Just now meeting again for the first time. We're going to keep on throwing explosives in a bit. We're almost at about the halfway point. That's looking good. We're gonna put that back. We're gonna make ourselves a dynamite. Now we're gonna find a safe place to put this thing. Because near the explosion is not a safe place. This might be a little too far away, but we'll see, we'll see. I mean, it feels like safe is like, never safe enough, so. Then fire in the hole. Did we die? Yeah, we did, okay. Shuttle was fine, we just weren't close enough. Alrighty, we out. Shuttle is mostly intact, although I am now stuck somewhere. And I do want to find where I put the lamp. The lamp was nice. Alrighty. We have a pit. It doesn't seem like we've broken through anything quite yet, so we're going to continue our trend of putting explosives in the pit, blowing up the explosives, and then running away as much as we can. Yeah, we are a galactic suit guy today. In fact, that's usually what we are, but the racing hat does indeed throw off a little bit of the appearance. Anyways, we're just going to continue dropping more hydrogen in the pit. We're on the last planet. Once we get through this, we get to complete the game. I'm excited. We're gonna go until we get to about a quarter of this canister left. We might redo Silva at the end of it. You're not wrong. We have the explosives and the carbon, I believe, so there's no reason not to. That'd be a fun way to end the stream, just to like blow a hole straight through Silva as well. That's about good. How many dynamite do we have left in this thing? Just one? Yeah, okay, now it's all empty. Cool. Now it's holding organic. Yeah, we're gonna make it not hold organic right now. Gotta go refine the dynamite recipe. Gotta go put this in a safe spot. And fire in the hole. We probably made it through into the mantle layer. If we didn't yet, I'm be surprised, but color me surprised, I guess. I also saw a little bit of resources, and now I don't see the resources. That might mean that there's iron down there. So we're gonna go investigate, but first we're going to make sure that when we get out of the shuttle, we can leave. So we're going to put the shuttle just over the edge, which hopefully means that we can get out of it when we need to. I'm gonna slide along the edge here to prevent ourselves from taking too much fall damage. We don't see any iron here. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we clipped into that iron deposit enough to make it a problem. That's fine. We will slow down eventually. The terrain here does get a little harder at the bottom of Glacio. I'm surprised we haven't hit the mantle layer yet. So I think we did hit it, and it was just like really small from our perspective. So now we're in the like final section, but we'll see. We'll see. More explosions will reveal the truth. In the meantime, the bigger the boom we can make here, the better. So we're just going to focus on making as many canisters as we can with what little hydrogen we have in this large canister here. We have 2 more of these in the shuttle, so we're good on hydrogen. Kapow! Now, it does seem like oxygen will be a bit of an issue, so we could... We'll call that good. We'll get back in the shuttle now. Kind of rushed it, but I didn't want to like spend too much time down there. And before we blow up everything, we're going to try and rescue the canister, the empty canister out of it. Yeah, perfect. We have dynamite ready to go. Now at this point, the explosion's so far away, I'm not too worried about things exploding, but we are going to hoist the system up. That was fun. Did we make it through anywhere yet? No. Alrighty. Fascinating. So now we have to find a way to blow up even more. I don't think, if I hop down there, I don't know if I can get back in the shuttle. We can do this. And then we can put another one down there. Let's bring a single resin as well. I don't know which one of these have resin. This one does. Okay, we're just going to hold 1 resin. I don't know where it's putting that, by the way. Making a mess and I don't even really understand like what it's doing. I put it on output mode, which I knew, but then I didn't realize what it was doing kind of past that point. Okay, so we did hit some aluminum here. Not too worried about that. We can make an O2 filter when we need it. So actually start this run when you don't have a shuttle and the resources from the very beginning. That is a fantastic question, Space Cadet. I think other people answered it, but yeah, I used the starting platform in the oxygenator to make a little like raft that I would carry around the world to continue breathing. That was basically how I cheesed most of the early game run, scrounging for resources and wreckage until I got lucky enough. And I got like 4 compound, Once I had 4 compound, I can make the large printer and the small printer, which is what you would need to kind of progress through the rest of the world. I also needed to find 1 more compound because I didn't have a smelter. I didn't find a functioning smelter. I only found broken ones. So I needed 5 total compound, 2 resin to make the smelter. And then once you have that, you can go in the ground and you can explore until you find metals you need on wreckage. And they won't be smelted most of the time. That's why I need the smelter. And then, what was the other thing that I needed under the ground? A broken large platform B. You can find, like, wreckage that, like, has a large platform B in it, and sometimes the large platform B is just perfectly fine and it doesn't have any problems. That's very rare, though. And then, usually, more often than not, it's broken. And then there's one situation where it's, like, kind of half broken, where it's got 1 functioning power port, and you can put buildings on it. So we needed to find one of those. Once we had one of those in hand, we could just build whatever we wanted to and get off the planet, which we built a small shuttle and got off the planet. Once we were off the planet, then it became a lot easier. We had access to other metals in wreckage, so we explored Glacio until we had like 1 iron or a couple of... No, we explored Glacio until we found a dynamite on a Dead Explorer. We used that dynamite to collect like 9 iron or something. And once we had all the iron we needed, then we explored Calidor until we got all the tungsten that we needed. Once we had all the tungsten, we made a shredder and a trade platform, and from there the run took off. How do you get lost down there? I get lost with tethers everywhere? We are not planning on going back up. Unfortunately, I want to go back up here, but we're not planning on going up like through all of the caverns that we're making. We're only making a one-way trip more or less down. Unfortunately here, I'm not sure how to get out. Can we make the shuttle? Can we reach the shuttle here? I don't know if I can look at the shuttle. Okay, so that's not great. I mean, we can always suffocate and go back. That's one way of getting out of here, but it's not quite what I was planning on doing either. I love how the game won't let me look up. That bothers me a little bit. Can I get in the shuttle from this angle? I can. Perfect. Whew. We get out of the shuttle and we pop out of the nose. Neat. So we have a very large canister down there, but I don't think I can pick it up. I think it's too far away. Shoot, how do I get that? Well, we have a way in and out now, I think. Euro alt's gotta go. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good one. That's not anything. Where's the explosive powder? That's ammonium. Is the explosive powder on the other side? Nope, it's in one of these, but unfortunately everything's kind of starting to look the same now. They're all a bunch of symbols to me. I think it was up here on the right, but I don't know. All of those are not it. So this side, that side's pretty clean. So which one of these is my explosive powder? None of those. Quartz, titanite. Okay, I must just be really dumb and I missed it on the other side. That's the only explanation I have so far. Ammonium, laterite, empty, empty, empty. Where did the explosive powder go? Oh, there it is. Found it. So we still can't detonate anything. So we have to put the shuttle kind of down here. We should be able to get out of the shuttle from here. And then we need to find a way to long reach the canister. Oh, I can reach it from here. It's going to be obnoxious to the camera to look down on it. And we can put that in the shuttle. Please just go in the shuttle. I beg of you. Okay, there's no space in the shuttle. and I can't quite reach it, so I have to like drop it, then I have to get in and out of the shuttle really quick. Okay, now that we're up here, then it just happened to have not fallen down, but if we needed to, we could have like figured out a way to... Oh shoot, it's on output mode still. Where did I just put it? Did I just put it behind the wall? What? So anyways, one of these is on output mode, and I need you to stop. Oh, where is it? I don't see it anymore. It's just slowly filling up my shuttle. I don't know where it went. All right, well now we're gonna make a new one because it's done outputting everything I had into the mess. So. Alrighty. Finally, my goodness, that was a mess. Hold right click. That's probably good enough. Are we through yet? Seems like we are. Didn't think you'd be turning on your heater, huh? I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd be turning it on either. All right, well, we found more laterite. We already have a lot of laterite, so getting more laterite's like, But I also don't want all of the resource nuggets to slow down my save, so I need to pick them up and store them. It's just obnoxious. So here's the mantle layer. Wow, that took a while. Glacier going kind of slow. Bonk. Tumble. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I saw an laterite like up in the tree. It's like up here somewhere. Well, these flowers are really cool. I didn't realize they were little crystalline little friends. Random ammonium down here, I guess. That sounds like it's getting kind of full. Does it mean it's at the halfway point, or does it mean it's like got like 10 left? I don't know. Trying to run around. These plants are unfortunately solid, so I guess they aren't plants if they're solid, huh? Decorations are. There's probably more stuff over there, but I'm not gonna worry too much about that area. Just gonna keep on trying to focus on finding any little bits of resources hiding around here. There's one, a couple over here, it sounds like. A good number over here. Oh, I mean, there are some also in this general direction. Hey, look, a generator. A broken one, at least. We could package it and take it home if we really want to. I don't think I do, but we could. Just bring the shuttle over here. This area looks nice and open anyway. We'll unpack our backpack here. Okay, so we did fill up our laterite. So it looks like that sound changes when there's about 10 left or so. Would have thought more carbon would be contributing to global warming. So carbon itself isn't the worst greenhouse gas. It definitely functions as one. But right now, it's like all the smoke is generating impurities in the sky that are blocking sunlight. So that's the current issue. Carbon as a gas, when I did a report in next school, was like thought to be a significant source of heat. Like, it acts like a bit of a blanket, like heat gets trapped in a layer of carbon, but like of all the different layers of gas in our atmosphere, like it's not the worst one. Like there are worse offenders, like a lot of the freon and a lot of the other like refrigerants that get exposed to the atmosphere are generally like significantly worse, from what I remembered. So, yeah, it's definitely a moderate greenhouse gas. So the issue right now, though, is that all of the impurities being blown into the sky from the wildfires are like a lot of smoke, a lot of like soot, a lot of ash. And even though it's particulate matter and it will eventually fall back down to the earth, it's causing enough of a disturbance in the atmosphere to like cool things down, as I understand it. So yeah, it's still a bit of a problem, right? But like, for now, we are experiencing the other side of it just for a little bit. I don't think it means we've solved it. I think we've still got issues, but which one of these is my gas canister? This one? Yeah, sure, this one. Okay. Where do we want to make a kaboom? There's a boomaloo over there, so we don't want to deal with that one. Like, this area would be kind of fun to detonate because of all the laterite we'd get, but do I really want to collect like 500 laterite? Not really. So we're just going to not. We're just going to make an explosion over here. So we're gonna once again make not a super large explosion to start, because we just want like a little bit of a cavern to drop more TNT in a bit. So we're going to make a little bit of a pit, and then oh, there it is. Okay. Is this far enough away? I think it is. We'll find out the hard way, I suppose. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, goodness gracious. You need to be on input mode, please. Silly. Oh, look, a sample. And some carbon. Organic. Anyways, we repeat the cycle. So yeah, Obi-Wan's listing all of the other gases. Methane is a bad one, yeah. So the cattle industry is actually a significant source of greenhouse gases. I remember that coming up. And it's unfortunate because methane is like a useful gas as well. Like, it would be great to be able to just not off-gas methane. It'd be great to collect it. So there were some early attempts. I don't know how successful they were, but there were some early attempts at making what are the equivalent of giant carnival tents above cattle farms. And then you could collect and condense a significant amount of methane. If you put everything above, if you put like collection units at the top of these tents. It wasn't pure methane, of course. It'd be mixed in with everything else in the atmosphere. But because it was like coming from cattle and they produced so much methane at the time of the reports, finding like it was just worth it to collect what you got from the top of the tent. And then presumably it could be like refined into like a more like dense version of methane, to the best of my understanding, but yeah, it might be both ends, but I think cows burp methane for the most part. I haven't done a whole lot of research on it. Obi-Wan Pez sounds like they're more in the know, but we're working on a model that can work on both ends. Thing is, the cows need to be able to eat. So this explosion seems like it's going to be kind of big. That means I kind of need to move the shuttle a little further away. Well, we need one of those in my inventory first before I put it away. This doesn't have any place to go. Can I put this up here? Well, I can once I move this out of the way. Okay, perfect. Oh, hey, it's fine. We'll just set that over there. See, is this far enough away? Is this? I don't know. I think it is. Let's go find out. I mean, like, it's probably fine. I mean, I might not be fine, but the shuttle is. So we'll take a death there. Third death of the day, I think. Where do we get out here? Give me my let back. A a decent sized hole. Some more organic here. Oh, is that... Does that go down to another cavern layer? What am I seeing there? Is that a sample on the ground? Yeah, it's a sample. We have enough organic. We might as well make a organic-based canister. Alrighty. The pattern continues, except this time we're going to go down inside the pits. Do it again. You did more math than physics and chemistry, but you worked on some diffy Qs with gas bottling. Honestly, it sounds like a little bit of fun. Yeah, I did a bunch of math. I graduated with an engineering degree, which is where it all came from, and I really loved physics. But like, mechanical engineering is a bit of a saturated field where I was graduating. I would have been able to make it work, and I would have been able to become a mechanical engineer if I really wanted to, I guess. But like, I also really loved computers, so I ended up getting like a degree in computer engineering, which just is a very physics-heavy approach to getting a degree in what's effectively software development. And I can't say I use the physics bits a whole lot, and I can't say I use the like board level knowledge a lot. It's good to know the physics behind like how electrical components worked, I guess. And that has other applications, but at the end of the day, I don't use my degree a whole lot for my job, but it's okay. Still having a lot of fun, so. And yeah, that is going to be the difference between a good physics teacher and a bad physics teacher. A bad physics teacher won't explain like how the things you're working on like work with the world, and arguably even math. Like, the moment you start getting into higher level math courses, all the teachers can choose to find real world applications for a lot of the mechanisms and a lot of the formulas that you're learning about, and a lot just don't. A lot just sort of focus on the book learning, which is fine. But I had a couple teachers who like would go to physics professors and say like, hey, this is what we're working with. Can you find some problems that will demonstrate this? And those were the times where I had the most fun in math class. It was great. All right, so I think we're hitting our final like hardness of dirt. You can see the pit change shape. The good news is that we no longer need to like back up the shuttle way back. The bad news is that it's still going to be slow going, because that's just how things are around here, I guess. Yeah, that's also why a lot of people struggle with math as a subject. Unfortunately, while some things in math, hey, we're getting the cube pattern again. Cool. While some things in math are indeed like just always going to be like unfortunate like theory-based concepts, you know, very difficult to explain away. The applications will be unknown or unclear until like you learn a couple more pieces to a puzzle. Like, it is interesting. So like, unfortunately, like I am aware that like not everything can be made into a perfect like series of equations or explanations, but for the most part, a lot of things can. And so I always encourage teachers and professors, if you have the ability, to make a more realish world example of what is going on in the equations. Like, it can lock down people who are interested in the learning into actually understanding things. Is that close enough? I think it was. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to do that like a couple more times. So I'm going down into the pit so I can more selectively place the hydrogen. It may not be super necessary, but I think it's a little easier for me. Yarn, I was really struggling to find copper. So copper is on your starting planet, Yarn. It's on Silva. However, on Silva, it won't be in the cave systems, which a lot of people who are like slowly figuring out the game, like, well, oh, aluminum's in the caves, that must mean copper's in the caves too, right? It technically is, but in this game, there are like 3 layers. So there's the surface layer, there's the first couple layers of caverns, and then there's like the inner core of the planet. So the mantle layer will be what I like to refer to that as. So the mantle layer and below on Silva will have copper. So if you want copper, you can find it in the mantle layer of Silva. So you have to dig about halfway through Silva, and then you'll eventually start finding copper, or malachite is what it's called, because you have to smelt it into copper. The issue is that you can also find copper a lot easier on top of the mountains on Silva. It's just randomly, if you find a big old mountain nearby, you can find copper in it. So like that's a way easier place to find copper. And on other planets, the story will be different. Copper is kind of a unique thing to Silva. Whoop. And that's probably good. Hopefully that hits. I think that hit. I don't know though. We're slowly running out of things to detonate as well. I think we're on our last canister of gas, but we should be getting close. I guess I am starting to grow a little concerned here, but... Okay, no, we are through. We are through. Shoot, let's drop that and then work on bringing the whole shuttle down with us. I'm a little concerned that this could just accidentally explode if I'm not too careful managing it, so we're going to try and put it back in the shuttle. There we go. You know, that reminds me of a different video that I ran into recently. I'm hearing things knock around. I don't know what that means. I think there's a hydrogen inside of a... I don't know what I'm hearing. I'm picking up that iron. Where is it? I'm trying to pick it up with the controller. I'm not seeing anything. There's a resource in the ground somewhere. All right, well, we'll just throw this in. Let's go for it. So looking on a mountain, found a little there, but you need to go dig. Yeah, so if you want, like, so much copper that you don't know what to do with it, my recommendation is to go to the mantle layer of Silva, which will require building a big old ramp down to the center of the planet. You can also find copper in the first level caverns of Calidor if you want to take a shuttle to Calidor and build a base there. But building a whole new base and everything else is a little bit more of an involved job. It may not be the easiest thing in the world to do. I found all the hydrogen that was knocking around, I guess. So we shall put it all over here. So we are in the final section of the caverns of Glacio. So now would be the worst time in the world to blow up all of our hydrogen stores. So let's play slow, play careful. Get out of here with our triptych, shall we? Where did that canister go? Let's put that canister down here so we can easily get to it when we want to. Put that one back, put this away. That can probably... We aren't making a big explosion this first time, so we'll just like walk a little bit away and like stick it on the ceiling so it's pretty far away. Get it ready to explode. We're holding right click, so that menu is still up. We can now hold F. It's getting ready to detonate. And we found more units of hydrogen hanging out here, huh? Interesting. Also, that's going to be a very nice sized resource research module, so we're going to package it up and take it home with us. Just like this one. Okay. We're going to go investigate the hole we just made. This is the hole that we just made. It didn't do anything. Interesting. Oh, right, this is the more difficult to mine terrain. So we need to, We'll clearly need a bigger explosion, but we also need to find, like, the checkerboard pattern, maybe? I don't know. I think we have enough explosive material to get through this, but this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, I think. So let's see what we can do here, I guess. No, please explain to me how Many degrees in education make me less qualified to do mathematics and or teach this class. Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're responding to, Obi-Wan, but apparently teachers with... Oh, those who can't do teach? Okay, that's fair. I've heard of that criticism before. It's definitely not true of all teachers, though. But I think the fall off for me, I've experienced the best teachers in high school. I feel like teachers in elementary school and up are unfortunately treated the most like babysitters of our generation, and like even as a teacher, like aspirations of teaching more and more like mature children is sort of like the end goal. So then once teachers kind of progress in our school system to like high school age classes, like that's where most of them enjoy like their job, or they enjoy what they do and the role they serve. I can't speak for all teachers, and I'm going off of like the teachers that I've run into, but the teachers that I found that like have a smile on their face every day and really are enthused about teaching and imparting the lessons that they've learned with everyone else, like they've been high school teachers. That's not to say that like other teachers aren't exciteful. I remember a 4th grade teacher that was like super amazing as well, like which is a grade 4, I think is the equivalent European term, although I don't know enough about the European education system to say anything about it. But regardless, seeing all of them, seeing teachers like get excited about their job like is a big deal, and that really falls off in college. Where in college, that's where you start running into the more those who can't see teach, those who can't do teach sort of situations. I don't think it's always true, but I do believe that like you're going to find more and more like, oh, I was like not doing so hot in my job and then I left to become a teacher sort of stories. All right, we're technically through, but we can widen up the hole a little bit to actually make like walking out of it easier. Okay, I accidentally left the dynamite out, so we'll just make it hold dynamite now, and we're just going to make a bit of a dynamite-based explosion here. We could like put hydrogen in here, but there's no need. We'll just put dynamite here, and then it should be like even just a little bit of dynamite here, 5 dynamite or so should widen this up. The best math teachers I had were in community college, the worst were in university. I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly. I mean, that's just kind of backed up by all of the experiences I've heard as well. Like dual enrolling and going to a community college to get your like math gen ed out of the way, like always worked out better for the students who did it, because the university courses were just like absurdly like out of place or like not well balanced based on the workload, among other things. Alrighty, we have made it to the core of Glacio, the final planet we need to technically make the credits roll. But I've got a question for everybody here. I did not complete Silva legitimately. I clipped through a lot of the world using some 80% glitches that I know how to use. So do we blow up Silva? Or do we call it good enough and get those credits to roll? Because we can do both. Okay, so somewhere around here are diamonds. I don't know where there are diamonds, but somewhere around here are diamonds. We're gonna just knock this over, or no, I wanted to set it on the ground. Okay, now gravity's gonna pull it over to the other side. Okay, we'll look around the thing and try to... So we over here got some 10th grade English teachers in chat. We wanna finish Silva properly is what I'm hearing from at least one of our from Ron. So yeah, I think finishing Silva properly is like what I kind of am telling myself I want to do. And so we're going to delay the credits for Silva until we get there. Now we might need a little more dynamite, and I saw where the diamond was, but I can't get to it. There, give it to me. Thank you. Alrighty. Finally. Okay, we have not been to the mysterious solar satellite yet either. So, we're gonna get in the shuttle, and we're gonna fly to the solar satellite. We're gonna just step down. We're not gonna turn it anything. We're just gonna land on it, activate the teleport, and then we're gonna fly to Silva, where we're going to make preparations to blast a hole straight down. We aren't gonna fiddle around with various caves. We're just going to go straight through Silva. It's going to take a lot of dynamite, but it'll be fun. Give it to me. Isn't this the Colbert, like he like does the grasping, like give it to me? I don't know if he like moves his arms at all, but I know he like does the like open palm, like he's grabbing. Hands anyway. Yeah, I know. I think he does the hands for sure. I don't watch a lot of Colbert, but all right. So we have all of our triptychs here except for the Silva one. So that's Silva triptych. Where is it? This one? This one is a fake triptych. We're going to we can't shred it, unfortunately, and we can't research it, unfortunately. So we'll just set it there. It's a fake triptych. All the other triptychs go in the shuttle. So yeah, let's go ahead and unpack the shuttle for a little bit, take care of all of our resources, get things where they need to go. These things go into these research platforms. One of these is going to be pretty big. The white one, not as much. What, like 6,000? This one should be like upwards of 10,000, right? Yeah, 11,000. There's a good find at the bottom of Aatrox there. We have 20 explosive powder. That's not as much explosive powder as I would love. We have a bajillion resin, though. Look at all this resin. We should make an incredibly large canister for resin. It's going to take some time to make that much nanocarbon, but we have enough resin to make it worth it, so. I think we're going to make some nanocarbon here in a bit. What's this, titanium? Yeah, it is. We're going to need that for what we want, so. Let's go ahead and get started on, how much can we, oh, this is just organic. Well, we need this to burn for carbon anyway, so I'm glad we're doing that, but I thought we were going to do titanium first, oops. These are empty and are ready for more, so we can... Oh, this one wasn't in input mode, oops. Alrighty. Get those ready to go. This is all laterite, so I guess we can smelt it. Tired of laterite canisters, but so we're gonna hold off on the laterite. We just don't need it right away, so we can leave it unsmelted for now. That's empty. What's this one? Is that more laterite? Yeah, it's holding 10 laterite or something. Yeah, it's actually holding exactly 10. So we have this one. We'll make this one hold carbon. And we got the rest of it to go here. We even have a nanocarbon waiting for us. So how much for the large canister right away? We can make it right away. Titanium and glass. Okay. We have the quartz ready. We just need to find wherever our titanium went on this thing. Found it. Okay. That was easy. And this one's empty, so we can make it go in one, out the other. So now it's, that one's holding titanium, the other one's exporting titanium, so we'll be able to grab titanium out of it here in a minute. We're gonna wait for these two to finish. We're gonna grab one titanium out of it. Okay, now we need a quartz. Uh-oh, how do I get a quartz here? I just need... This is obnoxious. It won't let me slip in a quartz. Okay. So once that course finishes, we will be good to go. Okay, so this will eventually process the quartz, but we will have to wait for a little bit for that glass to finish, unfortunately. Oh. So I've got an English teacher story, but it's not the most happiest English teacher story. So I'm not sure it's like super going to be fun to share, but I might as well share it because I started it. I had an English teacher who was really fun. Like, the class itself was really fun. It was a course in high school all about like fiction. It was called sci-fi literature, but we ended up covering fantasy in general. So we covered The Hobbit, and we covered oh, so that's just empty now. We covered The Hobbit, we covered Ender's Game, and a bunch of Asimov short stories. It was a blast, and we all had fun. Unfortunately, the class didn't do any of their reading. Like, I did, but it was me and like one other student most of the time, and occasionally they didn't even do their reading, who would like lead the class discussions. And as the year went on, our teacher, right, high school teacher, just like stopped caring, and it like was soul draining to watch as your teacher like died. And at one point he just blew up at everybody, which was kind of silly, but it was just sad overall. Like, it didn't need to go that way, and it did. It should have been a fun course, and like I just like kept on hearing all of these amazing stories of all of the cool things that happened in the course, and then like I finally got in the class. I finally had my chance to experience what everybody else loved about it, and it was just like, oh no, and well, thankfully we're not in that spot anymore. But yeah, it was a little rough, to say the least. Alrighty, so we got, this is our Titanite. Well, we have more Titanite. Wow. What's this? Is this more laterite, or is this something else? This is ammonium, isn't it? It's only just 4 random ammonium. Oh, it's more quartz. Cool. We can put that with the other quartz. Now that becomes a regular canister then. Let's just smelt all this quartz and just get it ready to go. Having some like glass on hand would just be nice. You remember that happening twice with high school teachers. Both were bullied by kids. See, in our class, the teacher was definitely the one in charge, but it was like the class was either right before lunch or right after lunch, and like it just like everything about it was just bad energy. Like the teacher like couldn't convince people to do their work very well. Nope, don't. We want glass in this one. No, stop it. Okay, now it's taking in quartz. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. And this one is full. Cool. We need 1 titanium, which we already have. This one is still titanium. Titanite. So we'll get that ready to go here in a moment. Once this finishes, we'll take it off. This can go in the iron one right there. Cool. 32 iron right there, ready to go. 33. Eggs? Yo, kids were throwing eggs? Who throws eggs? Like, I understand that, like, that was a stereotypical thing to do, but, like, that implies that you went to school with an egg. Like, it's definitely possible. The amount of dedication that kids have, and especially when they're being spiteful, is just absurd. You know, like somebody had to consciously figure out how am I going to bring an egg so I can throw it at my teacher. I mean, even if it's still in the 80s, like the age, it doesn't make carrying an egg to school any easier. Like, that's what I'm remarking on. The amount of effort it takes to carry an egg somewhere is not easy, not trivial. You know, just do that. You can, but it's hard to do. All right, we have our 3 materials that we can make our large resource silo ready to go. We're gonna be able to put all of our resin in that, just so we can free up those canisters. You have a titanium over here. We can go in one of these canisters, like this one or something. Yeah, no, I sympathize with your level of being aggressed at. Like, if you're obnoxious or bothered, like, I get it. Like, that's absurd. I would say kids these days, but it was kids those days. But I mean, the kids are roughly the same and jerks all over the place, but still. Alrighty, what is this? Laterite? Laterite makes aluminum. And how much laterite do we have in this one? All 32 still? That one's also full of aluminum, also full of 32. So we need like a second large canister. Hey, Droid68, thanks for the follow. We're gonna go make some more titanium alloy, I think, before we blow our way through silver. Or do we just focus on blowing up through silver right now? Might as well focus on blowing up silver right now. So let's go ahead and trade for more scrap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 scrap gets us 16 organic through trades. And that will make carbon. And honestly, I don't know how large the problem was in your situation, Yard, but in your situation, it sounds like the teacher didn't have the resources to be able to deal with it, which is super unfortunate. Hopefully the teacher was still able to do their thing, but that's unfortunate, yeah. Droid68, before your follow goes in the history of all follows, thank you so much for the follow. Just let me just say for a moment, like, I really appreciate it. And on top of all that, please consider yourself cordially and officially welcome to join the Intergalactic Appliance Alliance. Should you choose to accept this invitation, all you have to do is name your favorite kitchen appliance in a kitchen near you. Hey, the organics back. That's what I wanted to see. So we're going to put the carbon one up here. We're gonna burn all of this organic now. How does that, what? Is Gripping Yarn just finding out about the trade platform now? So this game has like a weird economy of sorts, Yarn. You need to be able to get scrap, which is, scrap is a mid to late game thing. But once you can start getting scrap, you can trade the scrap away for almost any other resource. So how do you get scrap? You need to make a big old shredder. So this is the most expensive, most largest shredder, and it can shred the largest things. I can take this building, for example, and put it in the shredder. But there are smaller shredders, like the tiniest shredder that can only shred 1 unit wide things, is only 2 iron. So if you get iron, you need scrap. Once you get scrap, I've been storing it in this canister here. We only have 1 left. Once you get scrap, you put the scrap on this trade platform. This trade platform needs iron as well, and tungsten. Once you get both tungsten, iron, and a compound, which isn't too hard, you can make these platforms and trade. So this menu shows you how much you need to trade for. So 1 scrap gets me 2 clay. So 4 scrap gets me 8 clay if you wanted to trade scrap for clay. And 4 scrap gets you 1 lithium. So lithium is quite expensive. Which is why I had a giant canister of it holding 144 over there. So one of the best ways to get scrap if you happen to have an absurd amount of lithium is because lithium is so expensive, you can make small batteries. Each small battery will shred into 2 scrap. However, small batteries are pretty expensive to get and may not be the easiest thing to shred. Other good things to shred are always made out of metal. So if you can find recipes in this menu that take a metal, I would recommend shredding them. Good options are tungsten floodlights. Drill mods are made out of ceramic. That's not a metal, but that works. Solar panels shred well. What else? All the mods are okay. The zinc doesn't shred for very much. And probe scanners are made out of steel. That's not a good one. I don't think there's anyone that shreds for 1 iron, but if you have a lot of iron, you can shred the shredders themselves in the medium shredder, or is it the large shredder? Anyways, we'll shred 4 batteries and we'll get 8 scrap out of it. So we were at 1, we already got 1 out of it because we almost had a scrap ready to go. And that will be the end of that. So all of our carbon has been smelted over here. What should we smelt next? I guess we'll smelt the aluminum as much as I don't want to. We'll smelt the ladder right here. Alrighty, now with this carbon ready to go, we need some more explosive powder. So we're going to rotate over to explosive powder, put this on it. Put it on output mode, and we're just going to queue it up with a bunch of stuff, and this will go for a while making explosive powder, so that'll be fun. I don't know where the explosive powder is going to go, but it works. Yeah, this isn't going to work out too well. We need a spot for the explosive powder to go. So I guess I got to do this, and I guess I got to put you in input mode for now, because I need to find this There's an explosive powder canister hiding somewhere on me. It's like around here somewhere, but I don't see it. Where did that go? Which one of you is the explosive powder one? This is ready to go. Is this the explosive powder one? Yeah, that's the explosive powder one. Alrighty. So then this goes over here. So now the only thing we need is just more carbon on this thing, and eventually more sulfur. We don't have an auto arm to put in sulfur. We could try and hook one up, I suppose, but it's fine for now. So we'll just have to occasionally stop back by and put more sulfur in the thing. Not too worried about that. We can solve our whole resin situation here, so we're gonna run all the way over here with a silo and our smaller silos full of, let's see. Our smaller silos are full of resin over here. We're just gonna make a big old resin silo. Oh yeah, also don't shred anything explosive. Great advice. Where do you get iron? The best place to get iron is Glacio. It's all over the surface of Glacio. Just walk around the plains of Glacio and you'll see it everywhere. Other places would be the moon of Visanya is called Novus, and it has some pretty much the moment you dig down. That may not be the best place to go, but it is an option. I would recommend Glacio's surface though. If you wanted to answer that question for yourself, you can go to your menu in the top right corner, and there's an Astropedia in here. It's effectively like a little mini wiki of the game, and you can go to the Planets or Resources tab. I would go to the Planets tab, and you can look around, figure out which one of them has materials. Now, notice you'll see that it's primary and secondary. What secondary means is that you generally have to go down to the center of the planet to find it. But most of the secondary resources on every planet can be found on top of the surface somehow. And that's what Glacio happens to be. Glacio claims that the secondary resource is hematite, which is iron, so you have to go to the mantle layer to find it. However, it's because the secondary resource can be found on the surface, and according to the rules of how Glacio is made, it's just all over the surface. So it's almost like the primary resource of Glacio happens to be hematite, but that is neither here nor there. I'm gonna put all these back on the shuttle, I think. We can smelt all of the... Oh, this was never on output mode, huh? Interesting. Oh no, it was in output mode. It's just this wasn't collecting aluminum or laterite right away. Okay, that's fine. So, what next? That's copper, I think. Titanium, that's titanium. We have more aluminum, I guess. Yeah, we'll just do more aluminum. This is done. We need more sulfur. And this is almost full, so we're going to get one more out of it. Then we need another canister accepting explosive powder on that thing. So we'll get that ready to go. I still want to make some titanium alloy, but I guess I'm still stuck making explosive powder, huh? Oh, we're done. That was our last carbon. Okay, that's fine. So we'll leave that there. Put this over here. We need more carbon. We don't have much, but that's fine. This is now empty. This can be smelted down into clay at some point. Not quite there yet, but at some point. That's 20 ammonium. Do I have any other ammonium anywhere? These two are empty. Let's move all of our empty canisters over on the shuttle still. I love all the noises they make. This goes on that thing. So titanium alloy is titanium and graphite. Graphene, sorry. So we're going to need a little bit of ammonium, a little bit of hydrazine, that's it. Okay, so we'll be able to make 2 graphene with this for 2 titanium alloy. I guess that's fine. Some graphite, get that over here. All right, heading out. Got to deal with the family. Allegedly, there's a dead rabbit. Alrighty, well, good luck on the alleged dead rabbit removal. Hold on, if I have graphite and hydrazine in my inventory, why can't I make that? I don't know. We need 2 titanium, which we have probably in one of these. Oh, hey, another empty canister. We're going to grab that, put it all the way over here. Let's make another hydrazine while we're at it, because we can. This cleans up my inventory a tiny bit. Or maybe it just was dead. Oof. Alright, so that goes. Let's go find the titanium that we were after the first time. We have 18 titanium in this thing. Soon to be 15 titanium. We need 1 more graphite, but we'll get there. We need this nitrogen to make 3 titanium alloy here. And I need another graphite for that graphene. So we're halfway to getting, what is this? We're halfway through getting to nanocarbon alloy. We need titanium alloy for it, and then we need some steel, which we don't have yet, but it's not the hardest thing in the world to make. But I'm trying to make a graphene, and the menus don't properly seem to check my inventory, so I'm going through all the recipes, and it's just not quite there. Alrighty, so that one is still there. Looks like we're gonna need another canister that's empty. Guess we're gonna smelt all of the ceramic now. Okay. Got this ready to go. Now we can make the final titanium alloy. Then we can start working on steel, which will need this argon, some iron, and more carbon. Okay, how do we get more carbon? We need to trade for more organic, which we can do with this thing. One, two, three, 4. That was compound. I didn't want to trade for compound. Oops. Oh well. steel. Yeah, it doesn't need more carbon. We'll get there. We want 3, so we want 3 iron on this platform, and then once these land, we'll trade. Well, I guess we have to clean up this somehow and just put it all back in the... We have a canister for steel. We also have a canister for compound. That's what I actually meant to say. Alrighty. Once we get all this in there, then we can start making a little more... We don't have too much more carbon, but we can start working on a little bit of it. I guess we should make more steel. I keep on saying the wrong words. We should make more scrap. More scrap, we can make another round of organic trading happen. And with more organic, we can make more explosive powder. With more explosive powder, we should be good to go. Our carbon is finishing, so we can put all this up there. 2, 3, steel coming in. And the rest will go to... organic. The rest will go to explosive powder when we get there. One more. And then once this finishes, we'll put this on input. Alrighty. So that's all good to go. This is all ceramic. With ceramic, we can turn ceramic into scrap by making oxygenators with our extra aluminum that we don't necessarily need. I'm not sure I want to go do all that right now, but it's a thing. With these 3 materials all together, we can make nanocarbon alloy. One of the most difficult or most expensive materials in the game. But we have enough to build 3 of them. And now we can build a couple more of those mega canisters. Which we're after one of them to hold aluminum. Hold on, what am I holding? I'm holding something green. Oops. There it goes. Okay. Wow, you soon got the no dig run done. Yeah, so we have it. We have all of the we have all the triptychs right here. We have all the triptychs right here ready to go. But we need to redo Silva because we ended up using a we used the clip exploit to clip through this to the center of Silva more or less. So while we could get away without going to the center of Silva, it's just a matter of like, I think on principle we need to kind of do the right thing. So the right thing for me is going to the center of Silva by blowing it up, and I'm going to do that next, but I'm just kind of managing my base, clearing up a lot of my canisters so I can use them again for another collection trip. And then I'm going to blow my way to the bottom of Silva after I make a little bit more organic. Organic? I don't think that's what I wanted to say. Carbon. After I make a little bit more carbon happen. Because once carbon happens, then we can make more explosive powder. And once explosive powder happens, then we can make the explosions happen. All the whole time we're also collecting gases, but that's more or less besides the point. I have some leftover nanocarbon, that's good. And now I need to figure out how I'm going to fill all of these without doing it by hand, because I don't want to do it by hand. So I think what I'm going to do is put on input mode, and then I'm going to move the resin one off for the time being. So this is now in input mode, I think? I don't know how this works. Disable the output. I think that's what I want. This one's ready to... Okay, now they're accepting aluminum. Where is this also aluminum? That's titanium. Titanium. That one's aluminum. That one's got 10 in it. Slow it down just a little bit so we can put both of these on output mode here. That one's also aluminum, but that one's fine just chilling out there, I guess. Okay, so this is holding 16. That's cool. We're gonna get 4 more batteries shredded. That'll get me a little more scrap. More scrap gets me a little more carbon. More carbon gets me a little more explosive powder. So we're almost done. Almost done. We're definitely going to get to the credits probably within the hour or so. Hour and a half, somewhere around there. That's my estimate. So these are empty, that's good. Any more aluminum here? That's aluminum. And there's one behind the printer as well that I sort of was using at the time. Put this on the shuttle. So we have all of this ready to go. So we can transition over to explosive powder. Put this on in collection mode, put this on output mode or whatever it is. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, you caught us doing it when you first came in, but it may have not been super clear. We aren't ever using our terrain tool. Like, this whole run, I never used my terrain tool. I'll probably be able to edit all of the other footage that I've been capturing over the last couple weeks down into an actual YouTube video to explain a little bit more about what's going on. But I never once collected resources using this thing. In fact, there are no holes anywhere. Everything that you see here is just natural world generation. I collected everything from wreckage, and then I built this base from wreckage, and yeah, now we're sort of at the end of it. We've got the mega empire of scrap powering our deeds, but we never once used the terrain tool. So I need to go use the only mechanism that's left available to me to dig a hole, which is explosions, to dig a hole down to the center of Silva. I technically was at the center of Silva. I technically completed it already, but I didn't do it legitimately. I didn't blow a hole down to the bottom of Silva. I used a shuttle clip trick, so we don't want to do that. So it works, but the issues are that it just doesn't feel nearly as genuine when we could have fun blowing a hole to Silva through the center of it. So that's the mechanism that I've been using to like complete the game, more or less. I couldn't figure out how to get stuff out of debris. I figured it was a shredder, but you didn't realize. Yeah, so the shredder makes scrap, and the scrap gets traded at the trade platform, which is the only way you can learn about that in the game is by making the trade platform, wondering what it does, and then you see that it wants scrap, and you're like, how do I get scrap? And then you put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, it's a little unconventional, to say the least. So that's empty, good to go. This one's full now, that's good. Kind of want to start making oxygenators, because I just kind of want to work on getting rid of this aluminum in this other one here, so. We're gonna move the shuttle back a little bit here, out of the way. Oxygenators. And the whole reason we're making oxygenators is they're the only thing that takes in like an easy to get resource, clay, and makes a shreddable object using aluminum. Aluminum is pretty hard to scrap. If you have a lot of aluminum, you can't scrap it very easily. Oh, I accidentally canceled that first print job on that one, so they're now a little farther behind than I'd like to on that. That's okay. We'll get to it eventually. Blasting is definitely way more fun than clipping into the world, for what it's worth, but clipping is definitely faster. I canceled the print job again. Okay. It's almost done with the other one. There he goes. We have 5 scraps. We can't quite get another full round of scrap out, but we can at least move this back over and kick off more TNT production. We're at 12. I think I want that to be around 40. So we don't need too much more. That's good. We're gonna let that one finish. I'm gonna make another round of 2. Are we? No, hold on. We are already at an even number, finally. I didn't realize that. Yeah, like, it's slower than, like, scrapping, oxygenators is slower scrap generation than scrapping batteries as well. But, like, it uses aluminum, which is the big point. Like, I have so much aluminum, I just need to start scrapping it now, more or less, because I just have too much to be able to make useful. But it is what it is. The hard part was I didn't even have very much clay to go with it until just recently. Alrighty, so I think we're gonna start being able to start blowing up stuff very shortly here. We're gonna smelt all this carbon and finish up scrapping the rest of these oxygenators, because we should be close to done. Oh, looks like we're out of carbon already, or clay already, so gotta be done with that one. We'll just put the rest of the aluminum away in the aluminum storage thing, pit, canister. I heard the shredder finish, so before I finish unloading the other trade platform, we're gonna go reload up this. Alrighty. Alrighty. This is now empty and good to go back on the shuttle. And one of them was also empty and good to go back on the shuttle, but I think I finished it already. So anyways. So yeah, we're basically just done managing the base at this point, I'm pretty sure. Base is almost all put together. There's a lot of like running around and managing and getting things in order, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable about things now. What is on here? Argon? Helium. That finishes, all this is done. We have 80 aluminum, 132 lithium, 135 graphite still. We're doing really well. $27 out of 32 on this one. The other one's also full, so we have a ton of explosive powder. Our scrap is doing okay. We got 8 scrap still. We could like trade for more, but I'm just gonna call that good. So now it is explosive time, I'm pretty sure. But how are we looking on all of our canisters? We could probably use a couple more canisters because we've been using most of them, and for that we're going to need more organic to make more plastic. Yeah, it's fine. That's what I'm signed up for, so. I want to be able to cover my shuttle in silos, unfortunately, which I'm using a lot of silos already. I can't like empty all of them. So, wait a minute. I didn't want to shred that. Oh well. Guess we don't need it anymore. That's unfortunate. So we'll just need some glass. How much glass do we have in this one? 9? 9 should be good. I think we'll make like 5 or something. Medium resource canister. Medium resource canister. 5 is a little bit of a weird number. Let's make 6. So just prepare some more glass over there. We'll get one more. Then we need some compound and carbon to make plastic. Okay, that's all down. More carbon, more organic. Then we'll be done with the rest of the carbon train. We can take one of these and make a plastic with it. I put another canister right here and set it to output mode once I have some carbon, like here. And both of them can be on output mode and it'll automatically make plastic, which is kind of neat. I just don't have a whole lot of carbon to put in this thing. And I don't have anything taking resources out of it quite yet either. That's an interesting, like, limitation of, like, the factory pattern that I didn't quite understand how that worked, but good to know. Go on the shuttle. And then I need to play the game where we figure out like which ones are still on. So by chasing the silhouette around the shuttle, I need to put a resource in the platform and then like turn off every single silo so it doesn't actually continue absorbing materials. And they only go in the ones that I deem appropriate, which is a little heavy, a little problematic, but we'll get there. I think a couple of these need to be, we don't need the battery platform anymore, we can just set that over there. But we need some hydrogen as well to be able to like blow through all the planets here, so we're gonna put one of these up there. That can probably go right there-ish, yeah, that's good. I think the shuttle is full. One more spot. It could be a gas canister, but I think we're fine. Just tuning in, I assume this is not a speedrun, as you have an actual base. This is correct. We have an actual base. This is a no-dig run. We have the terrain tool here that we have not been using for the entire run. And so we are about to blow our way through Silva. You caught us just in time. We are literally like trying to detonate our way through Silva. So let's see here. We're going to pick up all of these, put them away for now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Uh-oh. Alright, there we go. So we have a couple of platforms ready to go still. And I need to do one thing, which is make sure my shuttle is in, like, functioning order. Oh, and then I guess I'm going to take off one of these for this thing. That's fine. And so now we're going to try testing this whole thing with some quartz here. So I'm going to put a quartz in the shuttle, and it's going to go into a random platform. So then I'm going to turn that one off. They should all say disable. And if I find one that says enable, then I need to turn that one off. Which I will slowly figure out which one is which in a minute. I see like it went into a different one here, so we can turn those. Okay, it looks like we did it all, because the quartz now ended up on the silo over here, which is perfect. That is what we wanted to happen. Alrighty. So where should we put the hole? We're going to blow a hole basically straight down into the planets. I don't know where that should be. Here seems like a good spot, honestly. So we're going to start by making a little tiny pit here. Just a teeny tiny pit, nothing too serious. And then we're going to fill that pit up with explosive gases, and then we're going to get a big boom out of it. So I got to be pretty quick on this though, so give me a moment to get in the flow here. But a double click on this allows me to just yank out a tiny bit of hydrogen. We're going to put it in the pit. This is a little close to base, but I think nothing in base is explosive, so. I mean, the giant hydrogen processing plant is explosive, but I don't think we can reach that from here. I don't know, maybe we won't go all the way a quarter-size explosion. We're only going to do about an eighth of this or so, and then we're going to fill up that, and then we're going to put this on the ground over here and get ourselves a dynamite. So we're going to grab these, move them over here, and fire in the hole. Beautiful. Oh, we even got some resources out of the deal. Fun, fun, fun. Alrighty. So that worked out pretty well. But now I need to like get down there and like explicitly create an explosion here, because like I really want to be able to fall straight down through everything. So I didn't realize that I didn't have a gas canister on my person, so we're going to put a little bit of a gas setup right about here or so. Because we're about to blow our way into another cave system, so I just need to make sure that like we detonate enough to make that happen here. Okay, how are we doing? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're gonna put the shuttle up here once again. We should be able to drop this down. Took a little bit of fall damage there, nothing too crazy. Oh, that is a little bit of a dig. Oops. We weren't going for it. Thankfully, this run doesn't like die or anything. I know one's validating it, but yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that we had a little bit of a mishap there. It happens a lot because you need to use your terrain tool to like put stuff in your inventory. It's the same button. So if E is your terrain tool, E puts it in your inventory. So like I accidentally missed a resource. I thought I had clicked a resource, so I didn't have anything in my hand. So E now pulls up my terrain tool instead of putting the resource I wasn't holding in my backpack. Then I clicked another resource, but I had my terrain tool out, and then I missed again, I'm pretty sure. And so I clicked on the ground. So I missed twice. I should be more accurate, but it is what it is. Alrighty. I think now is about time where we chuck the whole shuttle down there. Oh, I forgot that there's explosive powder above. How do we... We'll get it if we need it. We should have enough explosive powder inside of this shuttle, but that's a little bit of a huge mistake. They're just like forgetting to bring down explosive powder. But the pattern continues. We fill up this, and then we can run over to our left to like continue hiding stuff away. The hole's large enough for sure, but the issue is that if we're in the hole and we choose to detonate everything while we're kind of not too far away from it, all of the gases in the shuttle will explode. Now, because we're building a hole like straight down, we're not like weaving around or doing anything with it. We are indeed in a situation where we can always just fly out of the hole if we line things up correctly. It's still obnoxious. Probably fine. Explosive powder ready to go. Oh, let's go ahead and put all of the resin in a canister somewhere here. Yeah, we left the canister that had resin above on the surface as well. That's fine, but... We just gotta make sure that this is pretty far away, like really far away, because our explosion is going to be relatively large, and it's not too far away from the surface of this cavern, so that's probably good. A pretty good explosion, if I say so myself. And then now the hard part will be like lining up the hole right below this one. But it looks to be about right underneath this thing here, so I think we'll do what we did before, which is set up a dynamite like nearby to make a pit that we can fill with hydrogen. So I'm thinking right about here or so. Seems like a good spot for it, so we're gonna move this away just a little bit because the explosion won't be very big. Oh, look, a zebra orb. We absolutely need to free that friend. So we shall do a couple of things here. First things first, get that going. Put the zebra orb up here. So now we can carry our friend with us to the core and bring them home. I think that's our second orb, but it's definitely the first orb that we get to carry, I'm pretty sure. It looks like we're gonna collect an unfortunate amount of zinc along the way. I guess that's fine, but... At what point did you notice that you knew what you were doing in the game, asks Dusty Spork. That's a great question. Like, at what point did I feel like I knew everything? Well, I still don't feel like I know everything. Like, just today, I learned about how the game seems to be built out of, like, these weird cube-like shapes. They're hard to see because of how seamless the game kind of melds them together, but on Aatrox, we found that we could sort of reveal that this game is built out of cubes with our explosions. So, I don't know. I don't feel like I know everything, and I don't feel like I always know what I'm doing, but I don't know, like, I started memorizing more recipes and I felt more confident in what I was, like, actually messing around with in the game. So at some points, I just started feeling more comfort knowing what I was doing just because I'd done it before. And that's not necessarily to say, like, I had this, you know, sixth sense or, you know, everything was perfect or anything, but I don't know, it just, like, suddenly wasn't as much of a challenge anymore in terms of, like, the situations that I was specifically running into or trying to solve. Ugh. This might kill me here, we'll see. We were close to surviving, but that's fine, it's fine. Fourth death, maybe? Something like that. I don't know if we're gonna have enough dynamite and explosives to go straight through, but we're gonna definitely do our best here. Oh, we uncovered so much. Laterite and sphalerite. That's fine. We'll make that work. Let's put that, dismiss that menu here. Need to enable 2 inputs here. Okay, we don't want quartz, actually. Keep on being an output quartz. Stop it. Perfect. That'll work. This is going to take a while. I suddenly want to just sort of blow through Silva normally, even though I really value being able to make a hole straight down. It's just going to take too long, and I want to be done with the stream before, like, 7. And if we were to go straight down through Silva and do everything like we had before, I don't know if we can get there in a quick amount of time. I'm having fun making explosions and collecting resources and stuff. So I just don't know if I want to, like, make a perfect hole straight down. I might just blow through Silva normally, more or less. I mean, we're for sure going to keep up this, but I'm not sure I just want to make the perfect hole straight through Silva. I'd rather be done before supper. In the meantime, we are going to fill the cereal bowl full of explosives here. Oh, I gotcha. I tried this game for a bit, and it just seemed like it was so much. And to be fair, I started playing this game when it was in alpha. Like, I started playing this game when it was pretty early in its development, so a lot of things were still growing and changing around me, but there just wasn't as much in the game to, like, fully understand. I didn't have as much of a problem learning what I needed to do because there just wasn't as much in the game to worry about. There was the scrap system and all the basic resources. The chem lab was added later, and then everything else after the chem lab as well. So it eventually got more and more complicated. But you know, just you don't have to use everything all at once, just one thing at a time. And whatever floats your boat makes you happy, you know? Okay, yeah. We're going to, after this explosion... After this explosion, we're going to call it not a day, but like start more aggressively looking for existing tunnels, among other things that will help us get through Silva pretty easily. This explosion might actually hit us here, so we're hopefully going to avoid it, but we'll see. Okay, that was kind of close. I think the little blue ring we saw wasn't necessarily... Alright, it's raining aluminum. So does this hole go straight up? It kind of does. Okay, that's cool. So like we have a pretty large hole, but unfortunately we have like an absurd amount of aluminum, which is fine. Cleaning up my messes. Ugh. Why did I make so many messes? I wasn't necessarily trying to. It's just like the laterite happened to be placed directly where I was digging a hole, but still. Slowing me down. Okay, so it seems like I need to make a new canister. So we're gonna click that button so a new canister gets started. I think the zinc one might also be full. I'm not sure though. Okay, that's most of all the laterite. I'm sure there's more laterite around here, but that's most of it. So now we can just focus on finding pits and stuff, like this one. Oh, well, that's not what I wanted to see. There should be a pit that goes down an entire cavern layer here, but I guess we can just use this pit for now. I don't know if I really want to or not, but... no major harm in using this, I guess. We just don't have an infinite amount of hydrogen gas, and that's my issue, so, I don't know, we'll blow this up and then play it by ear. That's probably good. Let's move this around just a little bit. Alrighty, so this is going to be a little bit of a close explosion here. So again, need to take the necessary safety precautions of running. That's probably good. And then fire in the hole. We might have. Okay, okay. The explosion wasn't as large as we normally make them, so we were good. Cool, we even made it into the next cavern layer. So we'll just chuck the shuttle down in the hole, looking for this resource canister. Oh, did we get stuck on something? I guess we did. I don't know what the shuttle got stuck on, but we'll get out of the shuttle, drag it down, and then move on. Okay, so now we're in cavern layer 2 or 3? Don't know which. Choosing to blow up a hole here is fine. That is a thing that we can do, but we should be able to find a cavern layer that actually, like a hole or a tunnel that lets us go down a little bit further here. So we're gonna look for that first before we go anywhere, just to save on resources and time, more or less. Because every TNT explosion takes like 3 minutes to make, and we can sometimes get free progress. Like, there's not a bad spot, to be honest, right there. But we should have a better location. We'll be able to look around for a tunnel here eventually. Like, this is a tunnel here,
Captain
and it might get us all the way through.
Toaster.
Dusty Spork coming in with a
What will
follow.
he get into next?
Hey Spork, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Please consider yourself cordially and officially welcome to join the Intergalactic Appliance Alliance. The invitation isn't much and you have little in the way of obligation, but if you choose to accept this formal invitation, you must name your favorite kitchen appliance in a kitchen near you. Let's go ahead and figure out where the shuttle's bouncing around here. Okay, so we made it to cavern level 5, I'm pretty sure. This is the one that probably won't connect to the mantle layer. Probably won't. So we can look around for a tunnel that gets us kind of down there, and then we can blow open the rest of the way into the mantle from there. We have to figure out where pits are and where tunnels are. This is close. This is interesting. Yeah, let's just chuck a bunch of hydrogen down there. And then figure out how we're going to get out of here in a moment. Let's go. This seems fine. I just need this not to move very much, and then I need to be able to click on the canister here. Yeah, this will work. Right now, it's the coffee maker. Ah, we have a fellow coffee drinker in the chat. Well, I can assure you that I've got a very cold cup of coffee right here in this Pikachu mug. So, you're in good company, at least in terms of people who drink coffee around here. But whether or not you're one to enjoy, like, lukewarm coffee that's been sitting too long on the table because I've been forgetting to drink it, I don't know. Maybe you can offer, or lend me an excuse, though. I've been busy blowing up things, which is also fun. Apparently it's almost as fun as drinking coffee, huh? An explosion seems like it's going to be pretty good. So now we have the ability to make a large boom. The hard part is we need to get out and survive. So we're gonna get in, out, and in again, just to click too many buttons all at once here. We're gonna focus on trying to move this around. This is how I lost all the gas the first time though. I made a large explosion and then I didn't move the shuttle far enough away, so. Okay, that seems more than far enough away, so we're probably pretty good. I think I can make it up through here. It looks like I have to start heading down just a little bit. Okay, and then we can drop this down there. Hold right click on the menu to keep the menu on screen. We can zip the shuttle back slowly, bringing it closer and closer and closer. So the hope is that we blew into the mantle layer, but we may have not gotten lucky and revealed it yet. Not seeing any holes, so yep, that's fine. Another explosion should do the trick, but not sure about that one. We'll see though. The mantle layer on Silva is always a little thick. The surface above it at least is. I'll leave a lurk for now, but I've got to start some homework. Good luck on the stream. Oh, will do. Good luck on the homework. Yeah, I generally prefer coffee a little bit on the warmer side as well. Unfortunately, that's what I get for not using a thermos. Probably about good. It's It's not all grouped up together, but as long as it all explodes in one go, I think it's about the same. I haven't really figured out, like, I haven't really been able to feel much of a difference between explosions that are, like, grouped up versus explosions that are not. Excuse me. Is that going to explode my... that might explode the shuttle. I guess we'll find out, because I'm going to be a little lazy here. We zipped out of the way just in time, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and then I caught myself in a pit. This is the pit, right? Can't quite get on top of everything. I'm just like falling into different small little chasms here. Oh, goodness gracious. Where is my pit? Oh, nope. Okay. So now we're on top. Now we just gotta collect our bearings and fall into a third pit again. There it is. Here it is. So we found the pit and we're in the mushroom layer, so we're good. Okay. The mantle layer. So we'll ride the shuttle down until we hit this. Get out of the shuttle. That's fine. Then we put the shuttle in the pit and then fall again. And now we are in the mantle layer of Scylla. We've been here before once, but this was right when we were running out of TNT normally. So now we shall make an explosion and use that to get through the rest of Scylla. We'll probably put it right about here or so. As far as I remember, the mantle layer doesn't have any like natural tunnels, so we won't be able to ride any of those down any further. We only have about 2 more layers to go, but one of them can be a little thick, so hopefully we can get lucky and find a ramp after we blow through this layer. This layer can be a little thick and the next layer can be a little thick, so I'm really hoping we don't have to use like 4 explosions or whatever, because we don't have that much explosive powder yet. Explosive power. We'll eventually run out. I'm pretty confident we'll make it, but it's just one of those things. I'm just going to set that there, but we aren't going to detonate it yet, because we're going to focus on getting this thing out of the way. Where did you go? That's probably far enough away. We can just cram that up there. Oh, we also have a second lamp. That'd be nice. Put that on there. And then where did the dynamite go? It's like right over here. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to do that a couple more times, it sounds like. Wait a minute. Those are full. This terrain is slightly obnoxious to jump around. Maybe I can like find a better pathway to run to next time. I mean, next time I probably won't need to worry about putting the shuttle so far away because the explosion will be so deep I won't really be in much trouble, but we'll see. Do we make it through anywhere? Probably not. Bummer. Alrighty, well, let's pick up the flowers and keep on going. We'll make it through eventually. Yo, Z1. Hey. Hello, friends. Was not expecting a Z1 raid today, but it's always welcome. Welcome, friends, and chat. Oh, goodness gracious. Gem coming in, Truck Tech Joe coming in, Teapot coming in, Mrs. Z1 coming in. Of course, all the other raiders watching ads, they'll come in eventually. Ooh, Octi72 coming in. Was it Death Fee? Def F38 maybe? Z1 raid coming in. Hey, don't mind me. I'm just, you know, casually playing Astroneer just like everyone else does, right? You know, just a normal everyday Astroneer stream where we play the game without ever relying on the terrain tool for anything ever. We aren't using it to collect resources. We aren't digging with it. We're just casually using everything that the game has in store for us to make everything normal. Let's see here. Finally, okay. So we have a good amount of hydrogen in the pit. We have this. This is full of explosive powder that we're going to make into dynamite with our backpack printer. And before we blow it up, before we make the little pit that we're mining just a little deeper. What is interesting? So that didn't quite do something right. We need another. Ah? What's up with our backpack printer? Well, I don't know how we just bugged that out, but I know one way to fix it. So this is like a weird, like my backpack's kind of stuck and I can't. Yeah, this is like a weird, like half-used piece of explosive. So we're going to tally ho. Okay, so we still haven't made it through yet, though. We have to go a little further. See, we're not quite out of explosive materials yet, but we don't have too many left. We've got this one, which is pretty full, and then, okay, no, hold on. Do we have two that are pretty full? I thought we had only one that was pretty full, and now I'm suddenly okay with it. Okay. We'll put our lamp back on our backpack here. So that was an intentional death, in case you're counting. That's our 5th death of the stream. They tend to happen, although that one was because my backpack was all messed up. I'm not sure what's up with that. And I'm running towards where I thought I put the hole, and I'm running away from the hole. Where did the hole go? You know, you'd think it'd be pretty easy to keep track of where you're building a giant hole through Silva, but it's surprisingly difficult. I think I just ran in the opposite direction, though. Let's go this way, and we should see it not too far away from here. But now that I say that, we're not seeing a whole lot of hole anywhere, huh? Oh, hey, look, a hole. Let's just get back in the shuttle, because that is falling in the hole here. Perfect. We aren't falling in any hole here. All right. Well, now I guess the story continues. Last time I saw the stuff run, you were on Silva. Yeah, so a no-dig run takes forever, and oftentimes you do get stuck on Silva. Because all of the resources you need to really get the run started are on Silva. You know, you need 3 to 5 compound to be able to even get off the planet. Because you need to build a large printer with 3 compound, a small printer with 1 compound, a smelter for a compound and 2 resin. And if you can't find those resources on Silva without digging, you need to look around Silva and keep on finding wreckage and resources to be able to find already existing pieces of compound and already existing pieces of resin. You can't use your terrain tool. That's the whole point of the run. So you're stuck on Silva for a long period of time. And I think we got pretty lucky. In one play session, we were able to get almost everything we needed. The next play session, so like the first 4 hours of the run were just me like scouring Silva, looking for materials, and I got everything I needed on the surface. The next play session, I was able to go underground and find enough already existing sphalerite and laterite just ready to be smelted. And then I found a broken but somewhat functional large platform B, and that was what allowed me to like finally get my base started. Once I had the shuttle, the rest of the run was sort of pretty typical. We went to Glacio, and Glacio had all of the materials that we would need to like get shredders up and running. Or did we go to Glacio only to get iron? Yeah, Glacio gave us a shredder, and then What was the other planet we went to? I think Calidor had some tungsten for us. Once we had a shredder and a trade platform, though, the rest of the run becomes a lot easier, you can imagine, because you can start scrapping all of the extra resources you're getting and doing other fun stuff. Once you have scrap and other things ready to go, then, you know, the rest of the run is a little easier. Okay, I think that's not a hole. I think that's just a bit of colored dirt. But that is indeed a hole. So we finally made it through, so we can hop in the shuttle, get in the shuttle, and make it down to the second to last cavern layer, I'm pretty sure it is. So we're gonna land on the ground here, and then wait for the shuttle to wait. There we go, that looks pretty good. Poke our shuttle right down there. Did it go? Nope. Okay, just go ahead and there you go. Perfect. Nail it. First try. And now I think this is second to last cavern layer, but I don't quite know. Yeah, second. This is second to last cavern layer. So the final cavern layer of Silva can be a bit of a not a nightmare, but it's just like it can be a bit of a thick layer. So I could just blow through it and it would take like 4 or 5 explosions, but I'm gonna walk around to see if I can find a pit or something that'll help me get started. See what we can find here. And then once we have that kind of in and around, then we'll be able to finally complete Silva. And that is, believe it or not, you are coming into the perfect time. This is the last planet we need to do. This is the end of the run. Oh, by the way, this might be a great example of those functioning platforms. Oh, nope, this is a very broken platform. But once in a while, this platform right here, this large platform B, is not quite debris. It is called debris, but it actually has a functioning power port. We did not get lucky today, apparently, but that's okay. So we'll grab this. We have a collection of sphalerite somewhere, so we'll let that go. Hey, look, a second zebra orb. You don't run into those very frequently, so we might take a moment to rescue that. We have a lot of ammonium here. I don't really feel like collecting ammonium, but I do feel like collecting a zebra orb. We already have one on the shuttle, but a second one won't hurt, so we'll take it. We're going to take this and package it up to free up an extra slot for a zebra orb here. Grab that over there. Clear the way. We even got some ammonium out of the deal. We weren't going for it, but we'll take it. Alrighty, now we probably have no place for ammonium, but we have so much ammonium we'll enable the input for one of our slots, and unfortunately it doesn't take the ammonium. What does it take? What's it holding? It's holding aluminum. Okay, get out of there. Get out of there, aluminum. Okay, now it's holding carbon. Get out of there, carbon. Now it's holding ammonium. That's what we wanted to do. Just let it cycle through all the other resources until it figures it out. So I guess we could continue using this pit if we really wanted to. The problem is that that pit, if we were to continue like blowing it up, was going to generate an amount of ammonium that is, well, a lot, to say the least. I'd rather not, if possible. But if that's our only option, that is an option. We can take it if we must. Just gonna like scour the area just a little bit, because if we can find any sort of natural tunnel, that'd be great. I just don't know enough about Silva's generation here to be able to know for sure where the center of or like how the cavern layers generate to know whether or not we're going to be able to get a free like pit or not. So I guess our options are collect an unusual amount of ammonium, which is pretty comical and fun to see, or we can just kind of make a new hole right where we are. I'm myself a little tired of collecting mountains of resources, but it is funny. Like, it is very silly to see all the resources like raining down and stuff, so I guess we'll give it a go. We have a bunch of people here. We might as well show off what it is like to collect and blast resources with. So what I'm going to do is now run back to where I thought the ammonium deposit was. I'm going to see if we can find it. Yeah, it's over here, isn't it? I think this is it. And if it is, we're going to put a bunch of hydrogen in it and then blow it to smithereens, and we're going to see ammonium in a number of places. Hopefully it's not too much. That's my hope. Unfortunately, whenever I don't want a lot of ammonium, or whenever I don't want a lot of resources when I'm doing this, I always end up with so many resources, it's kind of difficult to clean up. But it is fun. So if you ever wanted to know, the developers of Astroneer not too long ago, like about a month or two ago, changed the game so that explosions that blow up resources now like turn that explosion in the dirt that's removed into nuggets. So this explosion will generate nuggets of ammonium, and unfortunately I'm seeing a lot of ammonium in a lot of places. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen, but my gut's telling me that we're going to be kind of swimming in ammonium for a little bit. So, I mean, I guess there's only one way to find out. I mean, but like, in a slightly responsible manner of, I mean, is this responsible? Most would consider this to be an irresponsible amount of explosive material all in one location, but like, maybe if I preface it with "don't do this at home," then it's responsible. There we go. I think we solved it. Don't do this at home. Perfect. So where are we gonna put the shuttle? Over here seems like an okay spot. Kind of flat-ish ground. I can probably sprint and get over here pretty quickly before the explosion happens. And I'm pretty sure the explosion won't actually kill me or the shuttle, but we do want to make sure the shuttle's kind of out of the way. So we're gonna hook it to the wall here. We're gonna grab this O2 filter because it's free, just chilling there. We'll run back over to the pit. We're gonna hold right click on it so that the UI for the menu is still open and available. Gonna get away from it and then hold F. Perfect. Alrighty. The game is now running at like 50 FPS. It's a good sign. It's not a good sign. Oh dear. Oh dear, yes. Yep, it's raining ammonium everywhere. That's exactly what I was sort of expecting to happen. And it is now falling from the sky. You can hear it clicking everywhere if you have headphones on. It's like surrounding my... Oh dear. So yeah, I'm sure if we look, there will be just ammonium for days now. Well, we'll start collecting some of it, because it does kind of lag the world if you just leave it hanging around, so we don't want to be too messy here. We can put it on the backpack and then use the backpack to like easily put it into here, I guess. That's one way of doing this. Alright. Yeah, so Electrocron's kind of recounting a little bit of the history. When we were just barely getting started, we were very much strapped for resources still. Even though we had a shuttle and we had the ability to fly it around a little bit, we couldn't fly it around too many places because we were going to run out of resources eventually. So what we ended up doing was we got really lucky and found one dynamite on a explorer's backpack on Glacio, of all things. So we used that to collect what I think was like 10 or more iron or hematite, but we couldn't carry it all back. We didn't have the storage to do that. So we just brought back as much as we could. We brought back like 6 iron or something. And then once we had a bunch of iron, we could make scrappers. And then we all that we needed after that was a trade platform, because we had the ability to make scrap. So we needed 1 iron, 1 tungsten, and 1 compound, which we had another compound. We got really lucky on this save. We had another compound and we could make the trade platform. Once we had a shredder and a trade platform, like the run really opens up and you can definitely do a lot more in the run than we first could on Silva. You can start trading for resources and make a big old base. It was a lot of fun. Well, I mean, I guess I'm glad we have all this ammonium. It's just a matter of, I don't think we really needed this much ammonium. But I mean, it's fun. If you don't mind ammonium being almost everywhere and under the sun. Make another input here. So we filled up 2 canisters of ammonium. We have at least 64 ammonium. We're like, we're getting close to 80 ammonium here. It's nuts. I mean, it ricocheted everywhere. So I bet you if we go over there, it'll be all over the floor and stuff. But I mean, like it's all over here. Like, look at this. It's everywhere. I want to blame chat for this, but chat didn't make me do anything. Everybody just sort of is watching. And like, I am only myself to blame. But it was fun, to be fair. The explosion was fun. The rain of ammonium that ensued was also fun. The Cleanup is the only thing that's really not a ton of fun about it, but that's okay. So I guess this is where we are digging our hole, so I guess this is where we should make another kind of mess of hydrogen, huh? Oh, there's even more ammonium probably, like, sitting on top of the shuttle somehow. That's fine. Alrighty, well, we'll continue making a mess here. As we always have. So if I'm understanding this correctly, yeah, okay, we don't have too much more to go, so that's really good. So we can use, if nothing else, we can use about, we have about 6 or 5 more big explosions left in us. With all the gas that we have here, and those big explosions will make these big old craters and stuff. So we'll keep it going. And then with that, we should definitely be able to make it through here. But if we can't, we have a good amount of TNT to be able to blast through the remaining rest of the way. I'm not too worried about that, though. But this next cavern layer will get us into the final cavern layer, and then the final cavern layer isn't very thick, and we'll be able to get through it pretty quickly. So here's hoping that it won't be too long, and then we'll be in the core of Silva, with only using dynamite and TNT to get there. Alrighty. We'll just put this back over there, and then get our dynamite. Give it to me. I want it. Give it. There it is. Alrighty, that goes over there, and this goes in a safe place. That seems pretty safe. And this, unfortunately, will probably produce even more ammonium, because there's probably nearby ammonium that's going to detonate here. Whee! Alrighty. What's the damage? Oh, sweet. We made it into the next cavern layer. I was sort of expecting that not to work. Well, with enough dynamite, anything's possible. And bonk. We'll grab this here ammonium. I see you. We'll cram it down in the pit. And now we are in the final cavern layer. We'll zip down over here. There's even more ammonium down here. It's literally everywhere. We won't be able to escape it. We'll be finding it in our teeth for the days to come. Hopefully not, but that was a bit of a joke. Anyways, we'll then find a good spot, and really any spot's a good spot. I guess any spot that doesn't have resources is a good spot, because we don't really want to make too much of a mess, or do we want to make a big mess? Does anybody in chat have a preference? Big mess or no mess? Because I'm kind of going for no mess. I just want to make it like a clean, straight through. Okay, I'm trying to figure out like where a good spot to blast through would be. But like if we need to make a big mess, if we absolutely must, I can imagine that we're going to be able to, for example, blow this up. We'll get like a giant amount of carbon in, or compound in quartz. What are our thoughts here? What are our thoughts? Besides free resources over here. Ooh, another lamp? Yes, please. Oh, I didn't realize our other lamp was off. Oh, what's this? Oh, a third squeaker? Yes, yes, we needed this. Perfect. Raining treasures are fun, and I can't deny that. But we're so close. We're so close. I'd rather not waste too much more time if we don't really have to. Put this lamp back on, and that goes in a storage thing of all things. At least it should. It looks like we're full on sphalerite, so I guess we'll just leave it there. All right, so we're gonna make our own hole. We're not going to put it near anything. This base might be a good thing to like destruct nearby, although it's a little close to that clay deposit, so we'll just make it right over here. So the drill starts. We make a single dynamite to be able to. Oh, wait a minute. That might have been how I made that weird half stick of dynamite or whatever. That is, yeah, we'll blow it up maybe right around here. Now we've got a little bit of a pit, and then we can fill that pit with hydrogen. So the green dirt is a little softer than the yellow dirt, so I just wanted to make sure that like I'm in a relatively like greenish area. And that's basically the only qualification that I have for what I'm doing over here. Clean dynamite seems pretty contradictory. I'm not sure whether or not it's in a good way. Well, I'm just sort of referring to clean dynamite in terms of like how many resources are generated everywhere else. Unless I said something else, but yeah, we're just basically not generating resources and making a mess that I'd have to clean up afterwards. It's not saying we can't, it's just a little obnoxious to clean up a mess when we're so close to being able to like accomplish our real goal, which is beating the game without ever using our terrain tool or relying on it heavily in any way. Because to be clear, like there were a couple times where I accidentally like tapped the terrain tool on the ground, but I never used it to collect dirt or collect resources, so. I think there was like 4 times total that we did it, maybe 5, but most of the time we were able to erase the progress of whether or not we've dug at all. Yep, we are suffocating. That's more or less okay. We're just finishing up this pit. We can run over to the shuttle. So now that everything in here is pretty good, we're going to make sure that we're far enough away from the blast zone to be safe. That seems pretty good. We'll walk over to the pit. Get the UI to show up on screen, lock it in place, get away, fire in the hole. Are we through? Oh, perfect. 1 explosion gets us in there. Let's go. Bonk. So I do have a little bit of hand waving to kind of explain here. You won't see Silva get unlocked normally. Normally the force field will come up, and you won't see that here. We've technically actually been to Silva. Excuse me while I figure out how to get over here, you shuttle. We've technically been to Silva, but when we were here previously, we had relied on a number of out-of-bounds glitches to clip through the world in order to like go through the world here and more or less finish Silva. And while that's fun and fine, it wasn't necessarily how I wanted to beat the game. I just thought I didn't have a better way forward, and that was before we figured out how dynamite works. We thought we would have to do that, and then we realized that we could stack hydrogen on dynamite. And suddenly it was a complete game changer. So now we can describe this. Now there is one glitch that we definitely want to rely on though, because it's just too fun not to. So the way shuttles work in this game, we have, oh wait, hold on, we need to go to the surface. We can't leave this planet of Silva yet, but that's fine, that's fine. So we need to get out of here, right? We could teleport up to the surface, that's fine. We have a teleport, a gateway on the surface we can teleport to, but that's boring. So we can use the shuttle, but normally you would think, well, doesn't the shuttle check to see if like there's clearance above you and it checks for an open sky? The answer is yes. The shuttle will check if there's a distance in front of you that is like clear and unobstructed. If it is unobstructed, if it's clear to go, it says, yep, you've got a path to the sky, you're good to go and you can fly. The interesting thing about this game is that the shuttle is lazy. It doesn't check very far. It only checks a certain distance, and if that distance is clear, it's probably good. So it turns out if you put your shuttle right here where it pokes through this purple shell, like if you put it to the left of the spire, so it's not touching the spire and it's not touching the purple shell and it's kind of pointing straight through it, it'll check and say, can we fly? And the answer will be yes. Yes, you can. There is no sky, the sky is above you, there's absolutely no planet above you. We didn't just fly through and all of Silva, like that was sky the entire time. Works for me. Anyways, now that we're here, we can fly back at our base, grab all of the other remaining triptychs, and finish the game. Also, can you see our hole from space? You can! That's so good. All right, before we take off, I definitely want to see that again. So we're gonna package up this thruster so we can reuse it here in a little bit. But we're not going to dilly-dally. We're going to grab all the triptychs and go. Put that one right there. We'll leave it folded up. The 7th wonder of Silva, the hole from space. Alright, so we are good. We've got all 7 triptychs, hopefully. Hopefully we didn't miss any. And we've got a hole right there. So that was the first hole we made. It doesn't go all the way. You can kind of see it's got a little divot there. That was us. Unfortunately, it doesn't render the hole. It doesn't go all the way through. We stopped and then we started like finding tunnels and other things to save us a little bit of time, but that was fun. We definitely built a hole straight through Novus, so if we wanted to go take a trip on Novus, we can have some fun in there. But yeah, we got them all. So we are the first to be able. Also, I'm pretty sure we're the first. Other people have told me they've done similar challenges to this before, but there's almost no way that people haven't done it the way we did, because like most people probably used a drill or like a tractor sort of combo to be able to finish the game, and a lot of people also, when they said they weren't using the terrain tool, they were, but were using the soil centrifuge. Like they were using the terrain tool not to collect resources, so they were limiting themselves, but they were collecting soil instead and using that. So like kudos to them for like having fun with the game and coming up with their own challenge. But this is the first run that I know of, that I've heard of, that's ever been recorded, that is no reliance on any terrain tool or any drill whatsoever. We haven't used any of those. We've only used a heck ton of dynamite. So without much further ado, we're gonna go bring a little pallet. No, let's leave the pallet here. Let's just put everything in our backpack. We can drop the pallet. We can't drop our backpack. That's permanently attached. Oh, hold on. We also have the squeaker. Yes, okay. So first things first, we've got Aatrox hanging out right over here. And then we've got Glacio. It's like this spiky one, but it's not the other. It's not that spiky one. It's this other spiky one. And then the regular spiky one. I think that's Visanya. I have no idea. Maybe Novus. That one might be in Visanya. There's Calidor right over there. Then DeSolo, and then finally Silva. And that is indeed all of the triptychs. Unless one of these are mixed up and out of order. Yeah, it is. I mixed up those two. They're all circulating. There we go. There we go. There we go. Perfect. And that is Astroneer. Oh, we can't honk the horn anymore. She should have honked the horn. That is Astroneer without relying on the terrain tool whatsoever. So yeah, the dynamite is necessary. You do need some way to remove terrain, because there will be some cavern layers that don't generate a natural path from one cavern layer to the next. Like there just isn't a tunnel that leads you down. I've explored quite a bit to make that a realization. So you can either clip through the world using a glitch or rely on dynamite. But using the drill or the terrain tool, nuh-uh, not here. We don't need that. We can just beat the game without that stuff. The devs shouldn't have even put it in the game. That's what I say. So GG, and gosh, I had a lot of fun making this run, so eventually I want to see if I can take the 5 or 6 or so sessions of me streaming this, which I have recorded on my hard drive, and like edit them down into videos. So I'll eventually find a way to get those on YouTube. But GG, we finally got the burrito. And while we did accidentally use the terrain tool, what, like 5 times or 4 times, like because of misclicks and stuff like that, we never collected stuff with it. So we finally have the burrito, and we have completed the game, and I couldn't be happier, honestly. So we can talk a little bit more about the base if we have more questions about how we did all of this, and we can also go head over to Novus, because we can show off like what it looks like to build a hole straight through the planet. It looks great from Novus's perspective. So we'll show off the base just a little bit for all of the raiders who showed up from Z1's channel, and then we'll hang out with everything else here. It looks like I missed a couple of follows coming in from the raid. I'm so sorry for that, but Hayden decided to follow, and Claret Gaming also followed just now. Thank you for that. Jojo Kujo followed a while ago. Well, for all of those who did follow and want to say hello, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My name's Captain Space Toaster, and it's been having a blast hosting all of you. But if you want to join the Intergalactic Appliance Alliance, a nameless and useless collection of appliances who hope to better all of mankind and others through space travel, presumably, because like it's galactic, I guess. Just name your favorite kitchen appliance in a kitchen near you, and you'll be a shoo-in for sure. Did you do any prep ahead of time, like to get to the point where you can make dynamite? Exactly. So I can show off that Chosen One in my base, because that's basically the only thing my base is useful for, making dynamite and like managing other things. Now, it will look a little more cush than it did this morning, because when I started today, I didn't have very many resources left. But then when I blasted my way through Aatrox and Glacio, I collected quite a bit. So once these credits roll, I'll be able to show it off. We've got a shredder, and a large one at that, that's set up to just make a bunch of scrap. We've got 2 trade platforms, and then a big old platform that's made for smelting stuff. And then after that, we just have a small chem lab set up, and then a bunch of resources hiding around the place. So we were using the chem lab to generate explosive powder. And then hiding on Aatrox is a large platform B that just has an RTG and a chem or an atmospheric condenser that's making it was making helium, but now it's making methane. And then on Calidor, we just have a little similar setup, a platform with a generator that's making sulfur. And that's all that I have. Like, those are the only bases that I've been building. But this is our big one here. So we've got a bunch of storage, a bunch of platforms, a big old platform dedicated to making hydrogen, because we just need a lot of hydrogen in the run. A double smelter ready to smelt whatever we get, and 2 trade platforms to trade away mostly for organic to be able to smelt it into carbon. And then where we make all of the stuff over here in this chem lab. And now here it's set up to make plastic. I was making a bunch of canisters a while ago, so this is set up for plastic. And then we have our research platform here. This was a new addition, but I kept on running into all these research tabs, so I just found a way to process them. I don't need it anymore, but they're here. This is power station. We just made a bunch of RTGs to, you know, forget or make the base's power limitations go away. And then as I continued to get more and more resources, I started making these. So we got 135 graphite, 132 lithium from our time on Visanya. That was hilarious. And then we have 80 aluminum here. Now we have even more. And then we have some resin as well. So this is our current base. Let's see here. I do want a bit of... I need to fly around, and I don't want to go get my old shuttle, so we're going to grab an aluminum. And I think I've got an ammonium hiding around here somewhere. Yeah, this one. We can go make a solid fuel thruster, and we're going to go fly to Novus. But yeah, this was our simplified base. It was basically just a big old scrap station, and we would scrap whatever you would get. I would collect a lot of the generators on bases, and then whenever I got a bunch of resources by blasting through a planet, I would convert those resources into something I could shred. So if I got a bunch of iron, for example, I could shred medium shredders and get more scrap from that, and then turn that scrap back into dynamite. So that was the primary mechanism of generating even more scrap. If we fly straight to Novus, we won't be able to fly. Oh no, we will be able to fly back. I just want to have a extra solid fuel thruster for safety, so we'll just take over this little excursion shuttle here. Then we'll slam this in it just to have a little bit of extra storage in case we need it for any reason whatsoever. We've got a battery on our person, the squeaker. Oh, we also have the other horns that we've been collecting throughout the run. It's beautiful. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and take a look at Novus, which is, I think, the best example of like how much carnage you could like wreak on the world with a irresponsible amount of explosives. So we did detonate our way through DeSolo, but we were we were low on resources at the time, so every single time I made it to a new layer, I would explore the layer looking for a tunnel that would go down and hopefully get one. And I did get a couple, so we don't have as clean of a hole through DeSolo. But when we got to Novus, knowing that the moons are a little smaller, we just like gritted our teeth and we just like kept on making explosions in roughly the same location. So if we do get a chance, near one of the gateways, you should just start seeing a giant hole. I don't know if you're going to see it here or if you're going to see it on the other side. It looks like there's a little bit of a divot there, but I think that wasn't. I think I landed very close to the triptych. And yeah, this one isn't even lit up, so we'll have to orbit to the other side. But eventually we'll see from orbit a bit of evidence that somebody has been here before. Electrocron asks, am I going back to speedrunning next Sunday, or am I going to do another challenge? I haven't decided yet. Speedrunning Astroneer itself is kind of fun, but it's getting a little old, especially because just working with all the machines and getting things to do what you want is just getting more and more hasslesome with all the changes to automation. So doing things in a limited sense is sort of difficult. I'm not against it, and I could go back to speedrunning if I have no other ideas, but I think I just kind of might root around for another game to play or something else to do. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing Astroneer is kind of what I'm saying. I've enjoyed my time in Astroneer, and I love it a lot, but I might start playing something else. Maybe some Celeste, or maybe a different game that just sounds like fun at the time. So, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I could definitely talk about it a little more, but I might talk in Discord. If you want to join my Discord, there's a link down below, and we'll just like have a quick conversation. But for me, I think it's going to be Celeste or another game. But what are the CPU melting possibilities of dynamite? Would there be an easy way to distribute hydrogen over a large area? That's a great question. I haven't figured out a way to automate this sort of destruction, but it seems like we have our methods. So yeah, here's the hole, by the way. It actually goes straight to the core. You can see the purple core just for a little couple frames. So we can even land here and demonstrate that it does indeed go straight down. It's a wild adventure. I should put a landing pad close to that, but I don't have one with me right now, but that's fine. So we can zip around. It takes forever to get in and out of shuttles because the save is starting to get big, but that's okay. There's that catapult we never blew up. And then here's the hole. So this takes about 18 seconds to fall through the last time we timed it. But yeah, it's a hole that just goes straight to the core. And it wasn't too hard to build. We just had to blow up through what, like 7 layers or 6 layers or so? It was a lot of fun. And then we zip around here. And we can teleport back up. This one brings us back up. The other side is inactive. I don't know what you can do with automation. I know that you could automatically generate hydrogen. I've been doing that myself, but automatically dispensing hydrogen would be difficult. I would love to see you play Spelunky too. I've looked at it. I'm like not the biggest into roguelikes, but we could totally play Spelunky too. I haven't played Spelunky 1, so I don't know a whole lot about the mechanisms. You'd be watching somebody who's a little bit of a noob to the game kind of get used to it. But I'm not necessarily new to platformers, so like platforming itself doesn't sound like it's intimidating, or I won't be able to do anything. But I just don't know much at all about Spelunky to be able to like have fun. But I don't know, it's up to you. So I have managed to complete 100% automation. It's so much fun. Yeah. I don't know how you could. What we could do if we wanted to make a like CPU melting thing is like make a platform that dispensed hydrogen into the world. But the thing is, I don't think auto arms can drop things on the ground. I think they have to go into other resources. So I don't know how to take hydrogen off of atmospheric condensers and just start chucking it on the ground. Because if we could just make a giant pit full of hydrogen, we can make some platforms that automatically start dropping hydrogen on the ground. The problem is that I can't come up with a way to do that. The only thing I know how to do is just make extra large canisters full of hydrogen that we then can like empty manually. But if auto arms have an option that just drops stuff on the ground, then we can make a number of platforms just like fill a giant pit with hydrogen, and then we could blow it up. The problem is that like it takes a while and you have to do all that stuff, but it'd be fun for a little bit. So that'd be an option. Spelunky 2 sounds like fun though. I've been looking for another game, and Spelunky would be kind of up there. I'm not sure I'm like the biggest Spelunky fan, but I have been interested in playing like a different, more adventurous game. Something like that I could like sink a lot of time into. I downloaded Creativerse, I think it's called, because we raid Rykor at the end of these streams a lot of the time, and Rykor's been getting into it. It's kind of fun. I'm not sure how much more I'm going to play it, but I'm probably going to play it more off stream, because like it's just a kind of fun, no nonsense survival builder, and I'm enjoying it a little bit. You know, it's a different version of Minecraft, more or less, right? It's a different take on like a Zelda kind of inspired, or Zelda Breath of the Wild inspired kind of survival game that has a lot of building elements like a Minecraft would. So I'm enjoying that a lot. Aside from that, I haven't really come up with too many ideas. So I don't know. Join the Discord if you want to hang out. The soil centrifuge is fun to automate. Yeah, we don't have access to the soil centrifuge in this run because we haven't allowed ourselves to use the terrain tool or the drill. So the soil centrifuge is a lot of fun to automate, but not in this run. We don't use that anywhere. Oh, Greenstone Gate coming in with a follow. Thank you so much, Greenstone Gate. I appreciate that. Go ahead and name your favorite kitchen appliance in a kitchen near you if you want to join the Intergalactic Appliance Alliance. What else can we do? I guess we'll just fly back to Silva. Call that a day. Yeah, aside from that, I don't really have a lot else. So that was going to be the end of my stream, right? Completing the game, getting the credits to roll, and doing that all without ever digging. Like, that's it. We're done here. So before we head out, interested in more game ideas? Those giant tunnels to the core are bananas? No, they're giant tunnels to the core. Bananas are somewhere else. I don't think there are bananas in this game, Torby. Come on. Okay, I'll stop being I'll stop being a bum. Okay. What else? Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of other game ideas. Like, I could, like, play through stuff on my Switch. I've got a capture card set up, so, like, we can do Switch stuff if we want to. Mario Kart's always fun if we want to have, like, a group Mario Party stream or something. Past that point, I don't really have a bunch of other ideas. And Mario Kart streams are weird anyway, because the moment you do, then, like, randos show up in chat, because they're like, oh, somebody else is streaming Mario Kart new. And they'll ask to join the lobby, and they will, and they're like, whenever somebody joins your lobby from stream, they're usually absurdly good. And I am, like, adequate at Mario Kart. It's fun though, I enjoy it. It's just like there are so many things I don't know about the game, and I'm definitely not well practiced enough to be able to be like one of the Mario Kart elites. Well, anyways, I think that's all that I have for today, so I think I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. If anybody has any game ideas or wants to see more stuff next week, feel free to hop in the Discord below and we'll talk about it. Otherwise, Monster Hunter? Ooh, do I want to get into Monster Hunter? I forgot that Monster Hunter was on my short list of games to check out. Kirby Freak's over here, like, naming stuff. I legitimately thought about buying Monster Hunter when I heard more news about it. I didn't necessarily know how much I'm signing up for. My issue is that if I sign up for Monster Hunter, it turned into a bit of a grind, and I would love it. I would enjoy the grind. I would do the grind, but I would get to the end of who knows how many hours of grinding gameplay and go, was that worth it? And, like, that's the thing that I don't want to regret. Like, I don't want to sink 40 hours in the game and go, okay, done. Like, I've done that before, and I enjoy that, but, like, not all of the games that I have in my library can get that attention. And I also want to play multiplayer games with my friends. So, like, if Monster Hunter can, like, satisfy that multiplayer aspect for me, I might do it on stream. I might go for it. I'm just not sure how much I can really sink into it right now and how much I want to. So that's what's, like, stopping me from, like, doing a cannonball right into the lobby of Monster Hunter and enjoying it. Because I know I'd play through it a lot. So I'm not quite settled yet. I'm not 100% sure, but for, like, and it's not a money issue. You're right, it's so cheap on the eShop. It's just an issue of, like, do I want to spend the time? Is really where it's at. But it's not a bad suggestion at all. Let's be real. It's a good suggestion. Well, let's let off this firework for our celebration here. Hooray! All right, and with that, I think we're gonna go find somebody to raid. Multiplayer is where Monster Hunter takes off. So, like, the other thing too, though, and a lot of people here don't realize that I used to stream Overwatch a lot. Like, when I first, like, streamed and was trying to figure out how to even stream on Twitch, I would stream Overwatch a lot. And I learned that not a lot of people like watching Overwatch streams, which is fine, by the way. Like, you don't have to watch me be mediocre at Overwatch or, you know, whatever I was at the time. And that's okay. It was just a matter of, like, I wanted to figure out how streaming worked, and I didn't really care that nobody was watching. I was just trying to figure out how the pattern worked, how to do stuff, and what the platform even was, and how to, like, make good quality streams, which I still have not figured out. I'm still working on that, and getting things to work out well and smoothly has always been a bit of a challenge. But now we're here, and we're figuring out more of it. But what I learned also at the time was a lot of my friends who I played Overwatch with didn't necessarily love being on stream. Like, it wasn't like I came into the group saying, hey, I'm going to stream Overwatch, do you want to play with me? It was, we were all playing Overwatch for a long time, and then I started streaming, and a lot of friends just weren't quite on the same page. They were okay with it. They were okay that I was streaming, but they didn't necessarily want to be in comms all the time, or they didn't want to say as much stuff. It was less of a, like, casual get-together of, like, let's all hang out and have fun, and it was more of a, like, ooh, like, Carl's streaming, like, I'm going to be a little more reserved, a little more on the quiet side. My name's Cara, by the way, or Toaster. Because, yeah, we knew everybody on a first-name basis back then. I just realized that didn't quite make sense without explaining it there. So, it worked out. But if I could make Monster Hunter a multiplayer thing, and, like, people were okay with it being a multiplayer thing, then it'd be more fun. Like, that's what I would definitely want to be into. But if people don't want to stream, or don't want to be on stream, then, like, I'm absolutely, like, going to, like, consider backing away. It's just one of those things where, like, streaming a multiplayer game for the sake of multiplayer is a lot of fun. and getting people in chat is a lot of fun, but then like having everybody be okay with the fact that things are going to the internet and like one of the people is like currently on stream is sort of a bit of a different situation, but it could definitely work. Single player games are always easy to do though. I haven't finished Baba Is You. We could go like deal with Baba Is You a little bit. Yeah, you're not wrong. The energy is a lot more balanced when everybody's in the same boat making their own content. And then certain individuals are just okay being on stream, but they don't want to put in the work. And those are also great personalities to have. But there are definitely a lot of people in this world who are like, I wasn't really here to be on a stage, you know? Like, I'm just here to enjoy the game and like have fun with friends. And so I definitely would want to make sure that like I'm not overstepping those boundaries when I can. I didn't really realize that was going to be as much of a problem as it was. I thought like as long as I asked the group it'd be okay, but people would say it was fine and then change their behavior, and then like it never got awkward. It never like became a problem as far as I could understand it, as far as I knew. But it definitely like changed the dynamic of how people behaved, and that's sort of the thing that I definitely want to avoid. People were just not as comfortable or not enjoying it as much as it was in the past. So, well, it's what it is. It's what happens. Anyways, for the third time, I'm going to go find somebody to raid. We enjoy Rykor's streams around here a lot. Rykor's usually streaming at the end of the day. We can also find other friends as well. We'll take a look and see what we can see. And we'll probably see each other again if we want to hang out some more next week, Sunday afternoons, usually in between the hours of 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's usually when I get started. And big shout outs and big thank yous to Z1 Gaming, who was like, oh, Toaster's streaming, let's go raid Toaster. So thank you so much. We've got some people doing first playthroughs of Astroneer. That's kind of fun. Got some base building going on and some other people, but unfortunately I don't recognize a lot of these names, which is fine. It's just a little difficult. We can always raid random names, but unfortunately I don't feel super comfortable like dropping y'all off. So then past that point, we could check for other Astroneer streamers from the Discord. That's never too bad. Yeah, and it's just like it's other names that I just haven't quite run into yet. So it's always a bit of a hit or miss if everybody's going to be having a good time. And then the other thing I can do is check my follow list and just see who's on. Gripping Yarn, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so Thunderceptor's playing Spellbreak. What's Spellbreak? I don't know, but I know Thunderceptor, and they're always a fun person to watch. And then Cinderben's playing Control. So, yeah, apparently Rykor's just not streaming today. Or Rykor already finished, but Rykor usually goes a little later, which is why we always raid them. They were playing a little bit yesterday, so maybe they're taking a bit of a break today. I think we're going to raid Thunderceptor, but unfortunately I don't know what Spellbreak is. So, we'll figure it out, and it looks to be some kind of a high mobility, magic-based, what's the Fortnite genre? Like, what would you call a Fortnite clone? A battle arena? It looks to be like a magic-based battle arena. It may not be everybody's cup of tea, but Thunderceptor is a great friend of the channel, and we like to raid them a lot. And so if you enjoy what you see here, you might enjoy like how Thunderceptor carries forth their streams. Like we're kind of similar mood, similar energy kind of around there. And this game looks pretty intriguing, so we'll definitely give it a watch. I mean, I've got to go eat dinner as well, so I'm going to go raid Thunderceptor. And y'all are free to go tune into another stream if you got something else you want to do, or feel free to make a new friend maybe. Otherwise, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for the shout out. You playing Among Us later? Asks your boy Edu. I might play some Among Us after I finish dinner. Wait a minute, that was... Nope, hold on, wrong chat. I'm reading Thunderceptor's chat, assuming it's mine. Excuse me, I'm almost sane. Okay. Spellbreak is Fortnite, but with magic. It's a battle royale. There we go. Torby coming in with the responses. Thank you, Torby. All right, let's get this raid off, and then we shall see each other again soon. Alrighty. The raid started. Where is it? There's the box. Feel free to say hello, and we'll see each other again next week, Sunday, 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Will we be doing this? Maybe, maybe not. We'll figure it out. Have a great and wonderful rest of the day and a wonderful start to your week. Toodaloo.